Hello. Hi, welcome. How's it going? Ah, I I managed to catch up maybe a little bit on sleep. At least I'm like actually falling asleep now at a reasonable hour and sleeping completely through as opposed to waking up sometime in the middle and just being stuck in bed. How's it going, everyone? I'm still tired, but you know, today is a holiday over here. Well, it's a I don't know what you call it. Like tomorrow is the actual holiday. February 28th. But because that's a Saturday, uh today, the Friday, is designated as being the free day. So that all the people who get the Saturday off anyway aren't punished by the whims of the calendar, basically. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah. How goes? Let me put on some different music. What do I have? What's this? That's a very short playlist. Go with this one. Okay. And I can practically not hear it. Yeah. So I am very happy to be back talking about some RPG design once again. I used to do this on stream, talk about RPG design, design things live on stream, just, I don't know, answer questions people had about mostly about how to run games. Not so much about how to design them, but, you know, it's very, it's all the same general topic. And then, yeah. And I'm finally carving out some time to do this now, hopefully regularly. Right. And I'm planning on starting slightly earlier. I'm still adjusting my sleep schedule. But it actually feels like now that I feel like I need to get up and work. Whereas before that, my alarm would ring and then I would say, I don't have anything scheduled in the morning. All my stuff is usually scheduled in the afternoons and evenings. So I was like, I can sleep another hour. And then alarm goes off again, I can sleep another hour. And then I would wake up at noon and not be able to properly sleep, and that would just drag on. So now I'm trying to actually get up earlier, and I'm putting the streams in the mornings of my time to force myself to get out. At least out of bed. And to do this. And I just wanted to get some time and get a chance to talk design once more, because I haven't been doing that very much. At least not as a dedicated stream. I always ramble about game design, when playing various games, but as a dedicated stream, that's been on hiatus for a while until now. So hooray! Okay, so what do I have planned? For today, at the very least, I would like to look at a topic that has been ghosting around in my mind and that I have been talking about here and there on Blue Sky and every now and then on stream. Maybe, I forget. Anyway, and that is looking at board game mechanics. So I think that board games and TTRPGs are on a spectrum. They might not be the ends of the spectrum, right? Depending on how you define things. But I do like what else you put on there, where the endpoint actually is. But I do think there are points on a spectrum. And so I feel like it can help to look at related games, related designs, and see what can we grab from there, right? And like there seems to be this idea right now in a lot of TTRPGs, and also in design talk and talking with players sometimes, that it's like, yeah, we just need rules for the things we don't want to do, which I get where people are coming from, right? This is a large part of I just want to freeform talk to my friends. I just want to create stories on my own, not on my own, but like independently of any game. And the game is only there to abstract away all the parts that I don't want to deal with. Um, but that's not the only thing RPGs can do, and B, that doesn't leave a lot of room for the designer, really, right? Um, if you truly wanted to completely abstract away things, you just do a coin flip, right? So I don't believe that is really the core of what's going on, right? Because this is something that a lot of big actual plays like D&D actual plays, Brendan Lee Mulligan and such, said that D&D is not a combat game. D&D is a story game because I get to just freely develop my story, characters and players get to do that. And then when it comes to combat, well, the rules just take care of that and abstract it away. Um, First off, no, that's actually wrong. But other than that, you don't need D&D to abstract away combat. You just need a coin, right? We enter combat, okay, flip a coin. Heads, you win. Tails, I win. Done, right? And then combat is abstracted away. So there is always still gameplay happening, right? You are still playing the game. And if you don't enjoy playing that, if you want more abstraction, if you want less of that in your game, then I do question why you picked this game system. But that's beside the point right now. There is still dealing with the game mechanics on their own merit and playing the game, right? The rules and mechanics that are there, using those and yeah, treating it like any other game, really. And so I see that there is probably a lot more, not probably, there is a lot more space in TTRPG design to get into the weeds of this, and to look at, well, where else can I insert mechanics? That's a big deal, big question. But more importantly, like, how can I do that? What kinds of mechanics? What could they accomplish? And what was I thinking of? Where, like, how can I move an RPG that I'm designing, as an RPG that people design, um, more toward the game side of things, right? Where you're not afraid to treat it as an actual game and say, yeah, no, we're sitting down to do mechanics, to play within the space that mechanics give us, and hopefully this will create an awesome story and give us characters and allow us to role play, right? And make decisions in character and so on and so forth. But we're still within this field granted to us by the rules. And to be perfectly fair, a lot of these actual plays are done by actors or like either not either like very experienced actors and like they've learned improv, a lot of them, and so on, right? So they are still playing by rules when they are improving. They are playing by what they have learned from their respective careers about characterizations, about building up on each other's ideas, about story beats, about story structures, right? All of these things that were taught to them to become actors and improv. Are they just called improv actors? Not just, but are they called improv actors as well? I don't actually know the official term. Um, but they are still playing by these rules. It's just that they have internalized these rules over years and years and years of working in this profession, right? That they don't realize anymore that they're playing by these rules necessarily, probably, possibly. So it's, in other words, to use a term more linked to RPGs and such, it's system mastery. They have system mastery over all of these rules that they learned and trained and practiced in long ago for their careers, for their professions, and are now using these rules to create entertaining and very intense and narrative gameplay out of, it's not even freeform RP at this point because it's not freeform, right? They are still sticking to what they have learned about building a story and inhabiting a character, right? And building on ideas. So there's a lot of that going on. So it's still playing within a space of mechanics, rules, really. And so I want to take that and see how far we can push it. It's not going to happen all today, but I want to look at what kinds of mechanics are being used in board games and how we could expand them into a role-playing in a role-playing environment. And for that, I'm going to, okay, let me see. Actually, let me just put this up on here. Here. I need to change what it's capturing. Okay, that's too big. There we go. And then there. Okay. We are now on Board Game Geek. So Board Game Geek is one of the main websites to use if you want to learn about board games, about what games there are, what games are coming out, how the games are. You can get reviews on there, you can get ratings on there, you can get supplementary material. Oftentimes rule books are straight available on here if you just, right? Let's plays, rules explanations, and so on. Top 10 dice chucking games, right? Like a lot of reviews, etc. And like who the games are for. And what I want to look at, you can browse by a lot of things. What I want to look at is, where is it? Here, mechanics. Board Game Geek has a very thorough, let me see if I can make this slightly bigger. There. Has a very thorough listing of various mechanics that board games use. And you can see it's a pretty long list. There's quite a bit because board games have been around a while, and there's been a lot of big, rapid innovation in this field, which is really cool to see. And yeah, and like a lot of games use multiple of these mechanics. Obviously, some mechanics might be auction bidding is probably a super category under which you have all of these auction and bid mechanics sorted underneath, right? But okay. And this is a very valuable resource to have for looking at like what is possible in design. How can you structure mechanics to achieve certain outcomes, to do certain things, right? Be that a play experience, be that how the game advances, pacing the game, how many choices you give players, what kinds of choices you give players, right? Randomness or no randomness, how much randomness, how much you can control it, player interaction, right? Certain mechanics lend themselves very well to player interaction. For example, auction and bidding mechanics, right? Others are more concerned with the player themselves, something like engine building. Is that here? Engine building? Do they not have engine building? I was looking for that one. Maybe it's called something else. I know it as engine building. Right, and so there's a lot that you can see about, okay, how do mechanics generally shape the play at the table? And the great thing about mechanics is that they are not rules. So in a lot of discussions, a lot of talks, mechanics and rules are often used synonymously. They're not really. They're not really. They are used synonymously in RPG discussions generally because we don't have something like this. We don't have a clear filtering out, diluting out of mechanics found in games with descriptions, explanations of how they work, implementations, and so on. Well, that doesn't exist really in role-playing games. And if you go to RPG Geek, let me just do that real quick. RPG Geek. They also have mechanics. Where is it? Mechanics. But it's a very paltry list. And the mechanics are extremely specific. I looked at this the other day. So we have like dice percentile, dice d10, dice d12, dice d16, dice d2, dice d20. All of these, like what die the game primarily uses, are listed as their own mechanic, which I guess, but you can kind of see how in the weeds the RPG mechanics are that are listed here versus something very much higher level that we can see over here. And like King of the Hill could be an entire game that's just King of the Hill. You can't really have an entire game that's just rolling d20, right? It's like it's not on the same level. So what does this mean with the mechanics and rules? What's the difference? So mechanics are just a general descriptor of how you could implement rules, the direction that the rules are going, the kinds of things to expect that the rules will do. But you still need to have the rules themselves to actually define everything within the mechanic, all the parameters, all the fiddly bits as they work in your game, right? To bring this into RPG terms, something like roll versus target number could be a mechanic. Roll versus a target number. But the exact rules of what die do you roll? How do you know which die to roll, right? Is it always the same? Does it depend on your character abilities? How many dice do you roll? How do you compare? Do you have to roll higher or lower? What about ties? How do you decide on the target number that you have to beat, right? In order to succeed. What happens if you do succeed or don't succeed, right? depending on how you roll. So all of these are then the rules that are used to implement the mechanic of roll versus target number. And so these mechanics are very, a lot of them at least, are very high level that you can then take and create your own rules for it to implement in the game. And because this is true, you can then make rules that promote and give space for role playing inside these mechanics, right? So let's see. Is there anyone? There's a lot. There's a lot, and this list keeps growing as more mechanics are isolated out. It's like if one game does some great mechanic, maybe people might not realize it's this new thing, but then other games pick it up, and then suddenly it's like, oh, we have these 12 games here that all use this particular variation of a common mechanic. Maybe it's its own thing now, which is probably how we get so many auction mechanics, for example. Or there's a bunch of turn order mechanics that I just saw. Yeah, here, a whole bunch of turn order mechanics, right? So that's, yeah. So it keeps growing, and that's really cool. There's a lot of there's a lot of innovation, that's the word, still happening. Yeah, see, worker placement, different worker types, and now they have worker placement with dice workers. Last time I checked, ages and ages ago, that one wasn't a thing. And I quite like this one. So, sudden death ending, storytelling. There's, yeah, see, board games with storytelling in them. I'm actually curious what kinds of games this includes. Yeah, Gloomhaven, okay, all of these, Gloomhaven, Tainted Grail, Kingdom Death Monster, okay. This is sorted by, yeah, rank. You can do that, you can sort by rank, right? Gloomhaven, Osorn, Sleeping Gods, Kingdom Death Monster, Tainted Grail, Alice's Vanguard, Seventh Continent. All right, Sherlock Holmes. War of Mine, the board game. Dead of Winter counts as well, okay. Near and Far, so up and down as well? Not on here. Above and Below, that one. I only know the German word, so I didn't German name, so I didn't know it was above and below. But yeah, okay. Yeah. So there's a lot going on here, and the idea is to kind of go through and check what exists, and which ones might be suited to be turned into mechanics for RPGs. Are all of them gonna fit? I don't know. There are a lot. There's even a role playing category, which includes most of the same things, right? Too Many Bones is one, I guess. Okay. Gloomhaven again, all the way on the top. Arkham Horror, the card game, interesting. Mage Knight board game, Cthulhu, Death May Die, Osorn, Mansions of Madness. Okay. Mechs versus Minions is role playing. That's interesting. Okay. Do they have, okay, let's see. Do they have a description? The available actions are represented as, oh no, that's a rondel. Sorry. Where's role playing? Some board games incorporate elements of role-playing and can be that players control characters that improves over time. So the video game definition of role-playing, where you have character stats that improve. I personally would excise that as its own mechanic, stat growth. Character stat growth. I would excise that out of role-playing because that is... It can also be that the game encourages or inspires storytelling, right? These two are two very different things. Stat growth and prompting storytelling are two very different things. So I don't know, submit a report at some point saying, yeah, no, please change. This is throwing two completely different mechanics together. Right. But yeah, there's always the short description of various mechanics. So let's look at. And the thing is, with different mechanics, you can have mechanics for specific parts of play, right? For example, and this exists in role playing as well. The hex crawl and the dungeon crawl. Some of the best things to come out of the O's are that they are rediscovering and reviving these mechanics. Are actual mechanics. In RPG terms, you might call them procedures, but like that's a subcategory of mechanic in my eyes. And so those are used for what the name implies them to be used. That's eventually, maybe like 50 years down the line, if role-playing game design innovates and organizes itself like board game design does, maybe at some point we will have a more generic term for these mechanics. But for now, hex crawling is movement along a hex, a turn-based type of movement along a hex grid rather, for exploration purposes. Dungeon crawling is turn-based movement through a dungeon for exploration purposes, and you can see how they're very similar already, right? So crawl might be the super category, and it is treated by many as the super category, a crawl. There's like path crawls and point crawls and other crawls and so on. And yeah, so these kind of already exist, but yeah, the RPG Geek website didn't have them listed as their own mechanics, which is like, that's the kind of thing you should be listing. Then how the crawl exactly looks, even like different hex crawls and dungeon crawls and such. What is involved in a turn, right? What steps are there to take in a turn? How do you determine things like what player actions can do? How long is each turn in game time? What do success and failure look like in relation to turns? It's like, do you spend another turn? Do you get some consequence? Does it interact with that system? Do you do anything during the change of the turn? Like, do you roll for random encounters or things like that, right? There's a lot of rules that you can put in this general mechanic of a hex crawl or dungeon crawl or so. And that's the kind of thing I'm looking for. That Beyond Rail system is its own thing. Wow. Sorry. That, or was I? Sorry, I shouldn't be looking at this while thinking of what to say. I'm hoping that we can find some mechanics in here that lend themselves very, very well to being implemented in a role-playing game, because they provide the kind of structure for certain activities, for certain parts of the game, game modes, while also being so flexible as to allow for a lot of role-playing prompting and space to roleplay in, which will then influence the mechanic itself. So the important thing about role-playing and having mechanics is that they should influence each other, right? A lot of the time, the role-playing influences the mechanics in only to the degree of, if I roleplay in this manner, then I will trigger this mechanic. It's like, if I say I wish to open this door, but it's locked, I wish to pick the lock, then that triggers the mechanic of picking a lock, however that looks in the game, right? Usually it's just a quick skill check, but it could be something else. If I say I want to, I don't know, convince this guard to let me through, then that triggers the mechanic of a persuasion, right? And for more complex examples, it's like I draw my sword and charge the orcs, then that triggers the mechanic of combat. And that's usually it. That's usually how the interaction is implemented in role-playing games. Mechanics in return then don't influence narration, other than in extreme cases, being like when your character dies, right? That definitely influences narration. But if you just had a combat and your character lost 99 hit points of their 100 hit points, that doesn't necessarily do anything to the narration itself, right? It might, if the player then starts thinking in mechanical terms of like, oh, the next time I enter combat, I'm probably going to not make it. So for that reason, I need to get healed. So the quote unquote narrative choice, maybe is it a narrative choice? It's not really, right? It's still a mechanical choice. We're still thinking in the terms of mechanics. Then leads to the action of receiving healing or seeking healing. But it doesn't change or prompt explicitly, at the very least, change or prompt the narration in any sense. And narration also doesn't trigger a lot of other kinds of mechanics. Things like I don't know, I touch a wall that is very hot to check, right, if there's a lava flow behind it or whatever, and then immediately it's like, yeah, you take 6 points of damage. It doesn't, it does trigger something, but it's something different, right? Because you don't use rolls, you don't check the stats, you don't see, oh, could the character resist this, or how well does the character do. It's just immediately you influence something deeper in the mechanics, and that's not systematized, right? That a lot of that is up to like game master whim, which I feel like is a missed opportunity to help systematize. So all of that to say that some of these mechanics might allow for more a deeper interaction between, or deeper interconnection between role-playing and mechanics. I don't know yet, right? We'll find out together, see what we find. There is one that I definitely wanted to look at, and I know it as engine building. I don't know what Board Game Geek classifies or names it. So let me search for a game that I know has this. Scythe. Scythe definitely has this mechanic. Mechanism. Area majority card, play conflict with the contracts, endgame one, force commitment. Where is it? Here. Grid movement, hexagon, king of the hill, movement points, narrative choice, paragraph, solitaire game, take that, tech trees. Okay, it's called Tech Trees, Tech Tracks, what I thought. Victory points as a resource. This is a very interesting one. Victory points as a resource, variable player powers on control. Okay, so they name it Tech Trees and Tech Tracks. Which, okay, so they fold more games under this general idea. I know it as engine building. That might be the old name for it, and then it got expanded. So what is this? What is it? During the course of the game, new actions become available to specific players, or existing actions are improved. These are often themed as technologies, but do not need to be. Sometimes this is expressed as a tree, where gaining one tech unlocks multiple other techs, or it can be a track, where advancing along the track unlocks upgraded or new actions. So, how does this look? This is essentially, as the description says, you start out with a limited set of actions that you can perform in game, or actions that are not very powerful or impactful, at least compared to what they could be later on in the game. And as you play the game, through various ways, you get chances to unlock either new actions or improvements to your current actions. And this then makes those things more impactful. And which actions you unlock, how you unlock them, like what you have to do in the game to unlock them, what else unlocking an action might do, determines things like, do I specialize in one or two of the actions I have? Do I go broad? How does the game state? How do tactics influence my choice on this? What other things do I pursue in order to get the chance to unlock something in the first place? Right. Is there actually a way to show this? Hold on, let me do some searching around. And I may need to log in somewhere, so I don't want to dox or don't want to show something I don't want to show. Hmm. Username or password incorrect. Uh-oh. I forgore. Okay, I'm in. Let me search for this. Can I even... Can I show this? Yeah, I can't quite show this here. What other game has engine building in it? Hansa Teutonica? Yeah, but I don't really know Hansa Teutonica that well. Let me just see what this looks like. Scythe, being a very popular game, is premium on the website I'm using, Tabletopia. I want to see the free version. Okay, it does work. Let me just make sure that uh okay. That no one else can just suddenly jump in. But I can show this. So where are we here? Oop, all right. And because this is a physics simulator, tabletop simulator, I can do that. This is essentially an example game where you only have 2 of the factions available. Fair enough. Okay, so what the heck is this? So we have our board over here, right? A big map of the board over here. And you can kind of see, right, we are leading some faction against each other. So we have things like forests and rivers and oil fields and such, and towns. And we gather resources, we build up our base, and we get points in various ways. Where are the points? Here. No, that's popularity. Where are the victory points? Down here? No, that's... I don't know. I forgot where the victory points are counted. Is this victory points? I believe this might be. I don't know. Anyway. Oh, no, wait. You need to collect stars. That's it. It's been a while since I last played this game. Anyway, so there's a lot happening here, but the thing I want to focus on is down here, the player boards. So this is the engine, right, that you are building. And how this works is you have 4 actions over here, right? You have, are they named? They're not named. And they are slightly different. Yeah, so they're slightly different between each player board, but that's okay. It's you have an action on the top, you have an action on the bottom, and usually the actions on the top are about collecting resources or like, what is it? Expanding. And down here is about spending resources and making yourself more powerful, like fortifying your base that you have. And what you do is do I just pick this? No, I have to drag. Okay, and then you just do this. Okay, here. Now I'm on this action. I perform that. And I perform, I don't know, whichever one I want. Do that, and then it's the other player's turn. The other player might go, I do this action, and then I come again, and then we use this marker in order to say, okay, I now have to pick a different action. But not important, right? Really. It's just that in general, yeah, you have these 4 actions to pick from. And how does engine building factor into this? Well, you can see all of these meeples and these buildings and blah, all of these on here covering up certain parts of the player board, right? And as you advance in the game, you uncover things. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. So for instance, these are workers. Can I rotate the camera? I can. Aha. Okay, so we get a slightly clearer view. So for instance, these are workers that you can have. So if you go on here, right, then you can say, I grab a worker. And the first worker that you grab here doesn't cost any extra resources. It just costs you your action. And then I say, okay, I will place my worker down here. So, and then also I will gather resources, right? So this is a field, so I produce food on here. This is a mountain, so I produce iron ore on here. And this is a person. I don't know what that does. Oh, that allows me. Oh, sorry, village. So if I produce on here, that allows me to. I remember. Yeah, so I can only choose 2 hexes to produce on. I might have a whole bunch of workers, but I can only choose 2. So if I want to grab a new worker, I have a worker in this village, and he recruits, or they recruit another worker, and then I put that person somewhere else. And then I also say, I want a food. Here, done. Right? I remember now. Now, why is this important? Because at some point in the game, I can remove this piece. Right? Exactly how you do that is based on like upgrading things or buying enough resources and such. It moves your play in that direction. And then you say, okay, produce with a worker on it 3 hexes. Right? So if I have like a worker here, a worker there, I should have picked blue. Yellow is a bit difficult to see, but I hope it comes through either way. Then I can grab a food, an iron, and an oil, because now I can have 3 people be productive instead of just 2 with this upgrade, right? I can also build the mill at some point. That also gives me even more upgrades that I think counts as a permanent worker or so. And then I can move this and move it, for instance, down here, right? Cover this up. So previously, if I come here and want to build a building, it would cost me 3 lumber. But if I buy this upgrade, make this action better, I simultaneously make this action cheaper. So now building a building only costs me 2 lumber, right? And then I can have this. Okay, here. So I want to enlist a recruit. Instead of 4 food, it now only costs me 3 food and such, right? And you have all of these that you can move down and cover all of them. So eventually all the costs can go down, right? And then all the bonuses, extra bonuses on top, get unlocked, right? So I can say, for instance, if I had this up here and I pick this action, I can move people. I can move 2 people, right? So I can move this person here. I can move this person here if I wanted to. And then somehow, if I get enough resources together and unlock this, I can move a 3rd person. Say, okay, so I move you over here. Nice, right? Etc. So this is what I mean with engine building. You pursue certain game options to unlock or upgrade actions that are available to you, either, for example, by increasing the effect that they produce, or by decreasing the cost that you have to pay. And in a lot of games that have engine building like this, tech tracks, I guess, is the term they use, is when you do one upgrade, you simultaneously do another different kind of upgrade, right? You increase the potency of this action, and you decrease the cost of this action. And then doing these actions, you can say, well, I want to produce a lot of resources, right? So I want all of my workers out there, all of them, right? I keep returning to this action, and then I put all of my workers out there. Eventually, having all of these workers will cost you things, but that's a different story. And you don't care too much necessarily about other things. You don't care too much about military, right? For whatever reason, it's just not in your game plan. You only have so many things you can optimally do before another player wins the game, right? So you need to focus. You can say, I want all of my workers out there, and I only get one upgrade here. I can only unlock this one for now. So I don't know. I put it on buildings or whatever, so that the buildings I do build are slightly cheaper. But I'm not too worried about it because I have a whole bunch of workers who will collect a lot of resources for me, etc. Or you can say, no, I want to go full on military. Here, I want to go full on military, and I want to recruit a lot of enlist a lot of recruits. I guess that makes me stronger militarily, and I want to focus on that. And I want to build my mechs. Right, mechs function similarly. Every mech that you put out, you can see each one covers a certain field here. So river walk. Oh, now your mechs can walk over rivers. Maybe scout. Oh, my mechs can do scouting actions here at these tokens. Speed. My mechs move faster. Ah, that's oops. Okay, my mechs move faster. Right, that's cool. And I can choose on my upgrade which of these I want to unlock whenever I place one of my mechs on the board, right? So this is also part of the engine building. And I find this to be a very interesting, a very tight and focused variation, I guess, or alternative, we'll have to see, of a mechanic that already exists in a lot of role-playing games, which is character advancement. This is essentially character advancement, right? You have your character, you do certain game actions, and then you increase the potency of your game actions, or you reduce the cost, or in some games, not in this game, in some games you gain new actions that you can do. You unlock new actions. Can I close the room? Close room, yes. Okay, there's a different game that also does this. I want to see if I can find that and do something with it. It's also a popular game, so it might all be... Oh, no, here. Oh, it's free right now, maybe? Awesome. Okay, okay. Play hot seat. Let's do that. Oh, there's a lot of expansions. Oh, dang. Okay. 2 players is good enough for now. Ads are gonna hit soon, so but yeah, this is a very tight and focused way of doing something like character advancement and having a character be an engine. So this already exists, but yeah, we'll look at let's see if I remember the rules enough to explain what I want. Hold on. Also, the ads are going to hit soon, so the timing is a little bit awkward. Okay, ads are going to start. Okay, so I will do this after. I will have a very quick look at the rules while we're here waiting, and then back to lobby. They should have the rules here. Do I have them already? Let me check. No. Rules. Okay. Where's my OBS? Over here. I will quickly get rid of this again in case I dox anything. Myself, mainly. Actually, I could just open them up here. But also... Yeah, okay. I'll just have a quick look at them. Oop. The player boards, right? About 12, Purity, Grand Canal.
Endure.
Okay, there's the
And
ads.
enduring grow strong.
Was this... Wait, did I remember correctly? Hold on. Okay. Okay. I'm just doing so... Oh, hey, Vitalina, hello. Two. How are you doing? I don't know if you can hear me or if you're stuck in an ad right now. But yeah. We'll wait until the ads are done. And then... And then I'll go through some of these. But yeah, how goes... We're looking at various board games and such. Look at the mechanics they employ. Which is very exciting, at least for me. I hope it will also be for you. Oh no, is the table crooked? Okay. Okay, got it. I don't know if that came through on the mic, but that was my neck. In case that came through, I apologize. All right, ads are over. Welcome back, everyone. Okay. So this is Gugong, which is the Forbidden City, right? And you're playing Imperials who are trying to gain the favor of the Emperor and of various official bureaucrats working there, etc. As I was saying too, yes, welcome. Okay, hi. How goes, Vitalina? I hope you're doing great. Yeah, we're looking at mechanics here. And this also has a player board that has some amount of engine building in it. And it's different engine building kind of to what Scythe had. So in Scythe, you had very clear-cut actions that you performed on your board, on the on your player board, not the main game board, on your player board, and however where you were on the player board, how much you advanced there determined the potency of your actions, right? The effect you gain or the cost you have to pay. Gugong functions slightly differently. It's similar in that you have a player board where you have upgrades and you have various actions that you can take here, but the actions that you take are on this board. You can see the board is cut into these various sections that are also... Okay, there was a car alarm outside. I wasn't sure if it was coming through. Where you have various actions such as you can help build the Great Wall, you can explore the countryside, you can trade for jade, you can do intrigue in the back rooms, in the like the what is this, like the harem backroom area ish, right? You can do intrigue there. You can help influence what kinds of laws and decrees get passed, or you can do trading by ship, right? Or you can just straight up try to impress the emperor here by moving your dude further and further towards the emperor. So the actions are here on the board, and your player board doesn't necessarily influence individual actions, right? So unlike in Scythe, we had, I am now increasing the potency of my worker action. So I get more workers on the board and I can have more workers collect resources for me. That is a very specific thing. Or I can build buildings on the board, right? Here, the actions are just on the main board itself and are not influenced by the state of your player board. Not exactly. What you have instead is you have more generic upgrades, right? So this is just an explanation of all the actions and what you do. What you can do is you can do things like have your workers. So you have your workers over here, and you place you do worker placement. So you say, I want to build the Great Wall. So you place a worker here. And then later on, I want to build the Great Wall again. Build on here. And you place a worker. How this works, by the way, is... Can I flip this? Yes, I can. Okay, just to show you. This is the reason they're flipped right now is because this is a hot seat. So this is supposed to be two players sharing the same computer. And your hand cards are a secret. So before your turn ends, or maybe automatically when your turn ends, all your hand cards get flipped over so the other player doesn't see them. But essentially, you use these cards to like exchange gifts, right? And then you're like, okay, and now I can do this action. Awesome, right? And then you have to pay off. You have to use workers, so you don't place them on the board necessarily, but you have to place them in your other supply. These are the workers you have available, I believe, and then these are the ones that are spent, or so, something along those lines. Anyway, so this is also worker placement to a certain degree, and then you can say, all right, I want to place a worker here, and then I place another worker here, and then another worker here. Aha, now I have 3 workers here. Now I can grab this decree. And this is now something that works in my favor. Awesome. And then at some point, in some way, you can get your workers back. I think at the end of your turn, somewhere it says that you get your workers back. But then you can also purchase upgrades. You can do things like, if I place 2 of these cubes over here, right, with the notches cut out, I get this generic upgrade of getting a... Where are they? An extra card. There are no... I don't know where they are on the board. I don't see them right now. But you get like you get an extra card from somewhere. Is there? No? No? Oh, up here. Right, there we go. So you have more options available to you, right? But this extra card is not restricted to, like, this upgrade is not restricted to a particular action. Like, it doesn't necessarily make you better at helping to build the wall or exploring the countryside. It makes you better in general, but you still have to use this to, like, to work the game, to play the game and such, right? Or you can just put a couple workers here and say, I get 4 victory points. Awesome, right? Or come on. Okay, good enough. Or you put one in here and you get the big worker, who counts as 2 workers when you place this dude on the field, but when you retrieve the big worker, only counts as 1 worker to retrieve, right? Because the amount of workers you can retrieve from the board every turn is limited. So if you have like 3 people or 4 people on here helping to build the Great Wall. Oh my god, I misclicked, sorry. Oop, like this, right? If you have 4 people, and then the game says, well, you can retrieve 3 workers. Well, then I can only do this, and one of my workers is still stuck at the Great Wall for whatever reason. I don't have this person available to help me with other actions, like passing decrees. But if I had the big worker over here, sorry, I keep misclicking, right? I advance this track just as far. Hello? This is a bit fiddly. Okay, I advance the track just as far. I get just as far as with 4 workers, but when it comes time to retrieve my workers and I can only retrieve 3, I can still grab all of these and be like, yeah, okay, done. You know, I don't have any workers stuck out here and unable to help me with other things. And I can place a big worker over here, for example, and then another one here, and boom. Well, I will probably place it here because there's another decree here for me to pass. Awesome. Lobbying. And so on and so forth. So these upgrades are more generic, right? They're not tied to... Did I just mess this up? Yeah, maybe. Doesn't matter. They're not tied to specific actions. And this is another kind of engine building where the upgrades you get are more general and make you overall better. And this is another part of something that often appears in RPGs, right? In character advancement. So the scythe model would be things like you get a new spell, maybe, right? Or you get a certain feat that allows you to attack better. It's like whenever you attack with the great sword, you deal extra damage on every hit. Okay, so that's more the scythe model of things. This is more things like you gain more skill points and you gain more HP, right? But it is systematized in a very different way. So I feel like it's why is it different? The main difference is that the advancement is not linear. Right? The main difference is that in something like D&D, or in a lot of games that work like this, when you advance in a level, you have to kind of go up linearly in level, and then you unlock choices as you go, and some upgrades are not something you choose. It's like whenever you go up in a level, you get more hit points. That's not a choice you make, that's just something that happens, right? So gaining more hit points is not a conscious choice of an upgrade, and upgrading your character, advancing your character, is also not a conscious choice, because that is a given, right? You're not actively choosing not to upgrade your character. You probably can't actively choose not to upgrade your character, not to level up your character, and so on. That is just part of the core gameplay loop. A higher level loop, sure, but that is part of the loop. And same here, right? At some point, You will do upgrades, maybe. You don't necessarily have to. There are other engine building games where how much you advance your engine is up to you. Hansa Teutonica. Okay. I need to look at that. Wait, I need to close the room. Hansa Teutonica. Can I look at this, or is that all premium? Basic edition free. I can do that. I can play the basic edition free. Okay, so Hansa Teutonica is also an engine building game, or at the very least, it has engine building in it. That said, the engine building is kind of sort of optional. So you can see here, player board. We've seen this before, and it's the uncover things kind of player board, right? It's not the put things in kind of player board like in Gugong where you stack things into there and that gives you upgrades. It's all the upgrades are covered up, and by playing the game, you uncover things, right? And that makes you better. Thing is, in Hansa Teutonica, you don't need to build your engine necessarily, because the main driver here is to establish these trait roots, and you can just do that. You can just gain points. Like building your engine doesn't help you gain points, but establishing and building trait roots does. And I believe, if I'm not completely mistaken, whenever you establish a trait root, you have a choice of either fixing the trait root, something like put one of your cubes over here. Okay, this is now fixed. Or building your engine. So building your engine doesn't give you points. Fixing trait roots does. And so you might say, I'll forgo most of the engine building just to dominate the board, because as you can see, once you've placed your cube here, is one less space for other players to place their cubes, right? So that it's a race over here. Or you can say, other players are kind of busy on here. I will build my engine for now, and then later on have lots of options and lots of power to deal with and to sweep in and use my more powerful player board to sweep in with the win. That's something you can do, right? So advancing your character, so to speak, in this is optional. So that's also something that could be done with engine building. And so that's some aspects of this mechanic that I feel are not captured in role-playing games as much. And there's one more thing that the player board does, and that is it shows you the advancement and the upgrades very, very clearly right from the get-go. And advancing is an active part of gameplay. Unlike in many like role-playing games where advancing is incidental. It just kind of sort of happens, and then you're like, oh, I just dinged. Nice. So now I get to look at the rulebook again for a bit. Right. It's kind of like an afterthought almost. Unless you're like looking forward to, I need to hit 6th level because then I get this particular ability. But I don't know, it doesn't really feel like that then motivates you to do certain things, right? It doesn't motivate you to go, all right, now I need to gain lots and lots of XP. I need to optimize my play to gain XP in order to hit that level. That is also not really what I want, because that is the wrong type of framing for this kind of advancement. But you can definitely have something like this in a role-playing game. You could tie certain types of advancement to certain types of actions that your character might perform, or certain things that they do, certain stuff that they complete. And it doesn't even have to be your character, it can be other things. It can be like a kingdom management deal, right? Where you manage your kingdom, and that's an engine. So to use character very loosely. And essentially it lays out the options for you. It makes every upgrade very visceral, and it allows you to choose many aspects, right? It allows you to choose, do I want to advance? How much do I want to advance? Where do I want to advance, right? It takes out a lot of this linearity and incidentalness out of advancement that I really like, because it ties it much more to, or integrates it much more into the gameplay itself, and character building or character creation, character building, and such is a lot where the mechanics bite into the game or bite into the narrative, right? Or not. If it just happens incidentally, then it doesn't, right? It could, though, with something like engine building. So, with all of that said, let me try and summarize. Let me open up Krita as we do on here when we do talks. Oh, that's the bag. Aha, yes, cubes. That's what I thought. So you can place extra cubes. Yeah, you don't even have to place your cubes. You just place cubes. And then you get, boom, this is now mine. Um Okay, first let me save this. All right. Where do I show this? Window capture. Rita. Rita. There we go. It's covering up everything. Hooray. All right. All right. There we go. Okay, so there's my tablet. It's over here. You are nice. So, oh no, are you broken? Please don't. Okay, engine building. And engine building can come in many different forms. There's a card game. What is it called? I forgot the name. But essentially, it's also an engine building game. But how you build the engine is just by playing cards. And then whatever card is on top, you have several stacks of different types of cards. And whichever card is on top of each stack, that's the current action you have for your engine. Which includes then a lot of luck. But because you can choose which cards to play when and how, you might even discard cards if you don't like them and such. It gives you a lot of control to do with the luck as you will, and build an engine that fits the hand you have. Right, on BGG, this is called Tech Tracks. So engine building. I cannot draw a straight line right now. Bit difficult to draw on tablet like this. I'm not used to it. Anyway, so you have the basic idea is you have a player board. With upgrades, right? And the upgrades can come in certain shapes. You could have something like upgrades are uncovered. Well, that's not really an important distinction, I guess. It's just how the game chooses to. Well, it is kind of, because what do the upgrades give you? So upgrades could give you enhance potency of actions. I cannot write. Right? So if I upgrade this particular action and then I perform this action, it does something more or it does something better. It can do things like reduce cost of actions, whatever form this cost might look like. Resources you have to pay, cards you have to discard, I don't know, victory points that you use as a resource, etc. Whatever the cost might materialize as, it reduces that. It could also give general upgrades. Right, like the example of Gugong, where you gain another card, and that card gives you more options in what kinds of actions you can or want to pursue. But it doesn't. Oh, hi, Gore. Thank you for the hydrate. How are you doing? Right, but it's not tied to a specific action. Hello. Oh, that's a cute little wave. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. And then also, in addition, right? Oh wait. I forgot there's one more thing to write down here. Oh no! I wrote on the background. Hey. Oh, there's no extra paint layer. Uh-oh. Okay. I can fix this. I can fix this. Writing, and this is background. I did not do the layer check at the beginning. I thought there would be the layer, but yeah. Okay. This is fixed now. I thought I already had a layer for the writing, but apparently not. Okay. So you cannot see the difference. Doesn't matter. That's all that matters. Doing good, just relaxing. That's good to hear. Relaxing is important. We're talking about some board game mechanics and how to implement them into. Oops. How to implement them into role-playing games. Unlock new actions. Unlock new actions, right? So things that were previously not available to you, you can do now, right? And then in addition, the whole part where you might, how do I phrase that? Okay. let me actually get rid of this bit for now. So how do you unlock, right? How do you unlock things? You might how to advance, right? So you can do things like pay for upgrades. So this is the most straightforward one. You just kind of pay some resource, and that then the thing upgrades. Some role playing games do this with things like you spend XP to have targeted upgrades. For example, skill increases, right? Instead of going up by level, you have certain skills and you improve them individually by spending XP. That's kind of how it works. Some other games also do like use the action. Right? If you use the action often enough, I think Scythe works this way. You have to keep using the action, and then that allows you to upgrade. As you recruit workers, for example, that then allows you to upgrade the worker action. Others are like threshold of points. So this is more like the level up idea, right? You gain XP, and at some point you level up, and that allows you to get an upgrade. One that I don't really see a lot of, something that Hansa Teutonica does, for example, is actually Hansa Teutonica does something slightly different. So I'm going to split that up. Targeted actions, right? So you do specific things to get some other upgrade. Is that something like that? Sounds like downtime, for example. Training in downtime moves in that direction, where you perform some specific gameplay action, and one of the results of this action is that that you get to upgrade your character, that you get to advance. And then this is the one. Hansa Teutonica does this, and another game that I haven't shown, Great Western Trail, does the same thing, just slightly different. Finish gameplay loop. This one I don't see implemented very often. It's kinda sorta there with milestone XP, but it is very much up to GM whim, and it's not really systematized that much. So Hansa Teutonica, what that game does is whenever you finish a trait route, right, establishing a trait route, then you get the choice of upgrading upgrading your board. Let me just quickly see if the other game I was talking about, Great Western Trail, is on here. It should be. It's not on here, Great Western Trail. Really? Wow, okay. Oh heck, wow. Great Western Trail isn't on here. Anyway, okay, so I cannot show you, but I can very quickly summarize. So in Great Western Trail, you are playing a cattle driver who is driving a bunch of cattle from the ranch somewhere in Kansas State to Kansas City in order to sell cattle and make lots of money. And that is also a loop, right? You move through Kansas, you encounter various dangers and opportunities while doing so. You do some minor adjustments of the cattle herd that you have while on the way. And then once you hit Kansas City, you do a whole bunch of actions where you sell your cattle, you see how far away you can sell it to, maybe even something like San Francisco. You get some money, and then you upgrade your player board. You build your engine. And that is done every time you hit Kansas City. And once you're done with that, you start back at your ranch, you have a new cattle herd, and then you do the whole thing again. And that's the loop. And the game expects you to do, I don't know, 4 or 5 of these trips throughout the entire game. And that allows you to build your engine as you go. But essentially what you're doing is you're playing a different game. You're playing the cattle driving game. And after you're done with the cattle driving game, it builds your engine. It improves your player board. And that then, in turn, improves the things that you do during cattle driving, or makes cattle driving easier by getting rid of some dangers, or putting in like rest stops that favor you, etc., and so forth. And so it's this interplay that combines or connects these two portions of the game. There is a third portion, which is deck building, but that's not part of this discussion right now. So you finish a different gameplay loop, and that will give you your player upgrades. So how are they kind of sort of implemented now? So pay for upgrades would be like spend XP in a point buy system, right? Use the action. Several games do this. Something like e.g. Burning Wheel. Burning Wheel does this, for example. Right? Threshold of points, that's just level up. Targeted actions is downtime. I said downtime. Downtime training. Right? And then the finish gameplay loop. Does this exist? Kinda, sorta milestone ish. But it could also be something like a dungeon crawl, where each time you finish a dungeon crawl, when you emerge from the dungeon, right, you advance. If you have then, or if you clear a level of the dungeon, right, one floor of the dungeon, and move down to the next floor, you advance. That's actually how it worked way back when, in some games at least, right? That's why it's called dungeon levels and character levels, because they were one and the same thing, right? You're meant to be at level 2 when you go to dungeon level 2, and you're meant to be at level 3, character level 3, when you go to dungeon level 3, and so on. How closely were they actually tied? I'm not sure. I haven't read enough rules from back then to know, like, if you automatically level up if you go down a dungeon level, or if you have to do other things, if it was like gold for XP and so on. But in any case, right, that system, like, bits and pieces of that system can be found here and there. So what do I like of like this player board idea versus how currently RPGs do it? So what I like, and so what I would like to implement, how I would like, what pieces I would like to try and put into RPGs. The first big one is clear overview. Right? You see exactly um, how you can advance. Everything is there laid out for you. You can see exactly, oh, I have these actions. Oh, I can improve my action this particular way, right? Um, and that that shows you like that allows for informed decision making depending on which advancement method you have. Um, this is also huh. I just had a stray thought about that, but I'll get to that later. Maybe. So clear overview of like, oh, how do my abilities increase? When do they increase? How can I increase them? And what options do I have available? And that allows for, I guess, character building, right? But it makes it explicit, right? It says, I am not ashamed, right? Of or I'm clearly saying yes, character building is a part of this game, so I'm going all out. Right? No wishy-washy like, yeah, you can sort of kind of plan your character, build out your character in advance, right? As people do in games like D&D, for example, or Pathfinder, probably more so. Where they look at, these are all the feats I have. This is what I get on each level up. These are the classes. I could maybe multi-class, a lot of multi-classing character plans. And this is what my character will look like at level 20 because I'll pick all of these things specifically. Um, and then there's this whole debate of, yeah, no, you shouldn't plan your character, blah, it destroys the narrative, or whatever reasons there might be, or what people might give, rather. And like character building is not necessarily a bad thing. Like mechanics are not necessarily bad in and of themselves. It depends highly on how they are implemented and whether they fit what your game is trying to do. And you might very well say, yeah, no, character building is a part of this game. And here it is in its full, explicit, pre-sorted for you glory. And even in engine building games, you can have an idea of, I would like to focus on this rather than that. I would like to build this part of my engine, not that part of my engine. But even so, because games are dynamic when you have other players, you will have to adapt. You'll have to adapt your plans. You will say, okay, the full focus on workers is not working. It's not working out for me because, I don't know, someone else keeps stealing my territory. I don't have place. I don't have space to put all of my workers everywhere to gather resources. I need to focus a bit on military, which I didn't plan to do, but because of how the game developed, what other people are doing, I now need to change my plans. And that is still part of it, right? So the player board shows you what you can do. It gives you some idea of where you could go, but the gameplay itself is still going to influence, and it's going to make these decisions a lot more apparent, right? If the decisions are not as clear and explicit, you could still follow the original character build that you had, even when it no longer fits what's happening. And there's this thought I'm trying to crystallize here. Having this player board and forcing you to react to the gameplay situation is much more about tying the narrative to the mechanics. Does that far better than a more hazy system where you could potentially plan out a character level 1 to 20 and just follow that through no matter what happens in the game. Does that make sense? right? Because one thing is the latter example is you're building a character, pre-building your character, pre-planning your character, and you just follow that plan, and then you just use that character square peg round hole style and put that into the narrative because the connection is very tenuous. Whereas if you have these more explicit options and how they tie into the gameplay, right? Because each action is so different and impacts a different part of gameplay. It's like in the more that's a completely different point. I'm just going to name it really quickly. Reducing options improves choice. That's probably phrased weirdly, but taking away options can sometimes make choices better for players. Because there's no optimal choice, and there's also not like a dozen choices that essentially do the same thing, right? That's what some games then. If there's no one clear winner choice, then there's possibly a dozen choices that do the same thing, and then you say, I'm just going to go down this path. It does the same thing anyways as other choices, even though other choices would be more informed by the narrative. So that's clear overview. Limited differentiated choices. Options is the better word here. Options. Right. Okay. So I'm just going to segue into this point right here because my mind just is I cannot go back right now. I lost where I was. So essentially, when you, to a certain point, when you remove options from players, you give them a better experience because each option is more impactful. Each option is more different, right? And you reduce things like analysis paralysis, which is where you have so many options in front of you, and all of them do things that are similar enough or lead to the same basic outcome that you are now looking at what's the most optimal way to do that. A lot of board games suffer from analysis paralysis because they are all about getting victory points. And so you have a dozen options in front of you. And yeah, the options might be very different, but all of them eventually lead to you getting more victory points. So their outcome is identical. And at that point, you can start calculating. You can start calculating things like, I have 3 actions in my turn. How can I best use these 3 actions to get the most bang for my buck? To get the most victory points, and then you run these through. Okay, if I do this action first, I can draw a card here, and then I get that action, and I get these resources, and I can use that to build this thing, and that gives me 5 victory points. Or if I do that thing, and I get those resources or that, and I can move there, blah blah, and I go that action, that gives me 6 victory points. Okay, I should follow that. But what if I do this, and then I go there and get resources instead, and then okay, now I have to check. Oh, that also gives me 6 victory points, but that'll get me 1 more resource that I carry over to the next turn, and then my next turn can be more optimal. And you get all of this thing going on. And I have been trapped in games like that as well, where everyone just looks at the board in silence, looks at their player board, looks at the game state, looks at how many victory points everyone has, and just starts calculating. And then you get everyone sitting there in silence for like 15, 20, 30 minutes, right? Calculating the most optimal distribution of actions, resources, what have you, cards that you play, etc., to get the most victory points out of each turn, especially once it's clear that the game is going to end in 3 turns. And then you say, can I actually end the game in 2 turns? Can I get enough victory points to step ahead and end the game there? Or do I have 3 turns left, that means I have 9 actions, blah, and then you start calculating, and then you, right, and that's when you get to this point in the game. And that's by having a whole bunch of actions that combine in different ways that all lead to the same outcome. Which which can happen in engine building games, but in engine building games you can try to differentiate the actions enough to make them incomparable. And that's how you get meaningful choices, right? If the actions do the same basic things, if they use the same basic resources, or if they lead to the same basic outcomes along the same paths, then you can start calculating. If they include incomparable things, then you cannot calculate anymore, right? The classic the classic example, or a classic example, is you give players the choice of traveling from city A to city B, and then you say you can travel by boat or you can travel on foot on the road, right? And the players ask, okay, what's the difference? Well, travel by boat will take you 3 days, travel on foot will take you a week. And that's the only difference. And you go, okay, then we'll travel by boat because it's faster. It's clearly the better route. Or you can do things like, oh, well, if you travel by boat, you need to pay 100 gold pieces for the fare, right, to pay the captain. But it's faster. And then on foot, you only need to pay 50 gold pieces for rations, and it'll take you a week. That is still not really meaningful, right? Because how valuable is gold? Will players say, yeah, no, 3 days travel, that's worth 100 gold pieces? It's not a choice, right? And again, that's a calculation. And then you can even do things like calculate gold per day, right, that you spend over the course of the entire thing. You can say, okay, 3 days, 100 gold, that's 33 and a third gold pieces per day, but 50 gold for a week, that's math, right? That's a worse ratio because we still take longer and such. So we can still do calculations that way. But if we now say, okay, you can go by boat, it's faster, but there have been reports of pirates. Or you can go on foot, which is safer because you can travel along with a caravan that has guards. You can even hire on as guards, etc. So it'll take longer, but it's safer. Now you're getting into the area of incomparables. You could even do other things like, yeah, if you travel by boat, it's safer, but also you get to talk to the crew and the captain. Maybe you'll learn some things, make some contacts. If you travel on foot, you might face bandits or so, right? Etc. You can throw all of these things in there to make the situations more different. And now you can no longer just make a calculation. Right now it's really up to, well, what do we value more? Do we want to, I don't know, be friends with the captain? Do we want to have a reputation for hiring honest caravan guards, right? Do we maybe need a recommendation from a merchant? Do we want to be able to explore things we discover along the way? Because if we travel by boat, we're bound to the plan of the captain, and we have to go there in 3 days. If we travel on foot, if we find something on the way, we can do that as a side quest, right? And that's where you get into, yeah, we can no longer just calculate. Rhubarb pie art. Oh, hello, welcome. This is interesting. I'm glad you think so. I've been rambling for almost 2 hours on this, so yeah, it's there's a lot going on. So to tie this all back to player boards, I love that. Okay, awesome. To tie this all back to engine building, the player boards where you have the different options. If you present players with a couple of clear options, either for actions they can take or for upgrades they can take, or both, right? You say very clearly, if you do this kind of upgrade, then this area of the game will be easier for your character. If you do that kind of upgrade, then that area will be easier for your character. But these two areas do not necessarily intersect, right? So you could say things like, oh, you might be better at stealthy skills if you do this part of your character. If you do that part of the character, you are going to be better at growing your alchemy garden. And those two things are completely separate. And at that point, the player can decide. And if there's good systems in place for those kinds of actions, right? Where it's not just a very wishy-washy of, oh, do I even have to roll for stealth? Well, it depends on what the GM tells me and what they currently think of the situation. If you have a good mechanism for that, and same with like the alchemy garden, it's not just the GM. It's like, oh, I would like to plant a new seed in my garden. What kinds of seeds can I find? And the GM just kind of thinks, I don't know. You have the red ruby rose, and it, I don't know, makes people cough because the GM just had a cough the day before. That you need to systematize it in order to make options clear, to make them meaningful. But once you have that, you can then clearly give the player these options of, okay, so in what direction do I want to take my character, and what kinds of actions do I want to pursue, and then maybe you grow your garden a whole bit, and then inside your stronghold or something, and then your stronghold gets attacked, and you say, dang it, okay, so for the next upgrade, I'm going to take some combat skills. I didn't plan on taking combat skills, but I'm now going to take some combat skills because the narrative demands it. And that is a much more direct influence of the narrative on the mechanics than, again, if you pre-planned your character and said, I'm just going to go full alchemist, I don't care what happens to the world. Right, so that's a more tight interconnection between narrative and the mechanics. So that is because the choices are so clear and what they do is so clear, right? Between narrative and mechanics. Okay. There was one other thing I had in mind before I went on my really long ramble. What was it? Dang it. I have a thought. I don't know if it was the thought I had. Influencing board state. Influencing the board state. This is not as unlikely as it seems. Blades in the Dark actually has something akin to this. So, what does that mean, influencing the board state? Oh, ads will hit soon. Okay. So influencing the board state would be board being not your player board, but the game board that everyone plays on. Right? Which in RPG would be something like the narrative or the setting or whatever else the game chooses to mechanize in this regard. But this is especially visible with something like Hansa Teutonica that I showed, where when you or even Great Western Trail, which I cannot show sadly because Tabletopia doesn't have it, but when you upgrade your player board, you then take things off of there and put them onto the main game board, and then you have something like a rest stop that where other players have to pay if they stay there, or you clear out obstructions in the path like rock slides and things like that to make your path through Kansas in Great Western Trail easier the next loop around and such. And that is influencing the board state through character advancement, which is definitely a thing. Like there are probably other games that do this. The one example that is clear in my mind is Blades in the Dark, but I will talk about that after the ads because they are going to hit any second. And I feel like this is something that not a lot of RPGs utilize really. That can be a very interesting way of tying the PCs to the world, a more direct way of tying that. And that is a big like pie in the sky kind of like, how do I involve the players? How do I make sure the PCs are actually part of the world? Well, you could try that. You can try mechanics, right? And this is a mechanic that could potentially do that. But yeah, I'll wait for the ads. I will sit here and rest a little bit. Actually, I do need to head to the bathroom real quick, so I will see you all in a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
Okay, I am back. I have some peanuts here with me to snack on. Yeah, so influencing the board state. To get back to that before I completely forget all of my thoughts on that. How Blades in the Dark, for instance, does this is through the crew. So in Blades in the Dark, you play a group of scoundrels that goes on heists. And each scoundrel, each player character, has their own playbook, their own character sheet, where you can have upgrades, etc., as normal. But there's also a crew sheet. So the entire crew acts like a character in a sense, with its own XP. The crew gains XP. You can buy upgrades. You can like the crew. It doesn't have stats necessarily, but it does give you bonuses on things that you do. And part of what makes the crew sheet, like a big part of the crew sheet, is that you have claims. So your crew will claim parts of the city as their own, right, as their territory. And that is effectively a board state, right? It influences the setting to a certain degree. It influences what you like, where you can move freely, what kind of people work for you or are your allies, what kinds of people are your enemies, maybe if you took away a claim from another rival crew, etc. And it is mostly mechanical. So if you, for instance, get a loyal fence, and whenever you steal things, you can sell it for more money, things like that. And but you can kind of tie that into the narrative, for example. And usually the way you gain claims is through a narrative action. You go on a heist specifically to gain a certain claim. Right, so you it does tie into the narrative that way. You could do more with it, maybe you could design a game that integrates it closer, but that is a way of how the board state can be influenced by character advancements, right? And the important thing here is this is player driven, player choice. So as with the board game example, when I choose to upgrade something, and that upgrade then allows me to do something with the board state, it's my choice what upgrade it is and how it influences the board. This is not the GM feeding players things. This is not the GM saying, "Oh, you finished this. You did this big quest for the king, and the king is really really happy. So he now bestows you titles and a small bit of land somewhere." That this is the GM making the choice. This is not part of a system, part of a mechanized system. This is just the GM thinking this would be a cool direction to take the story in, right? The difference, I should write that down here. Player driven, not incidental, not GM. I'm going to call it whim. It's a bit more aggressive of a word in this case. But that's essentially it. It's not reliant on the GM being a nice person and saying, "Yo, you did this. I think it would be cool for you to get a small keep somewhere, or to get your own ship, or to, I don't know, right? Or, oh, I desperately want to tell this kind of story, so I need them to have an airship so they can travel around, blah blah." So I maneuver things into position so that they will eventually get an airship. Like, that is not player driven choice. That is just the GM deciding at this point in the story they'll have access to an airship, and that is then not something the players can influence necessarily, not something they decided on necessarily, and it just becomes part of the background radiation of the game that they're playing, right? So that's not the kinds of things I'm talking about. I'm talking about actual player driven. Like if you open up a tavern as part of your advancement, right? Then you get a bit of steady income, you get some people, and then your name grows. If your tavern becomes bigger and better and more famous, you maybe get intrigue happening from rival tavern owners, guilds, what have you. You have adventure opportunities that arise from owning a tavern, from having certain patrons in the tavern, and that could influence, in turn, how the city that the tavern is in develops. Right? So, but it needs to be mechanized in such a way. It's kind of like a lot of video games actually do this. It's probably good to think of video game examples, right? There's a lot of video games where the whole goal is that you have some sort of base that you build up. Heck, Stardew Valley, right? Is something like that. So it doesn't even have to be a tavern, just something where you build up stuff and then you can choose which direction to build your thing in. Do you go for more fame? Do you go for more efficiency? Do you go for certain products that you can have? Do you go for what have you? And that is going to influence how the world reacts to you and what kinds of things you can do to the world. A very banal example that is not 100% fitting, but in Stardew Valley maybe, or like similar farming games, you can be like, oh, so this NPC likes this type of gift, so I will invest into growing this type of gift. I don't know, zucchini, whatever. But if I grow that, then I'm using my currently limited amount of field space and money to buy seeds and watering capabilities and so on zucchini and not on the blueberries, right? So that means I can only grow zucchini, so I can only give zucchini to this one NPC, and that means I cannot give blueberries to this other NPC. And that is a choice that will then influence the board state in a more roundabout way, but I hope you see what I'm getting at. But that is a player-driven choice. The player says, that NPC is more important to me than this one, so I will grow zucchini instead of blueberries. And that's a choice that the player made, and the impact that has on the board state, on the relationships you have with NPCs, etc., is clear. There can be randomness thrown in. Sometimes there is, right? There can be unexpected consequences. There can be unexpected events happening. Sure. But by and large, in this way, the players can influence their fate, so to speak. Right? And that's what I'm talking about here with this. Where if you influence the board state through advancement, right? And not through something you necessarily do in game. Not like, oh, we did this story thing, or we did this quest for the king, and then we got a castle from him, independent of any level up or so, right? Now that I think about it, actually, that just let me recall older editions of D&D used to have this. A fighter or a fighting man and such. I don't know if it is that old, but definitely in AD&D. At a certain level, a fighter would attract not hirelings. What were they called? Followers. Right? They would attract followers, and then they would get a keep, a stronghold. That was in the rules as a fixed part of leveling up. Somewhere around, I don't know what level. I think the stronghold was somewhere around level 9. right? So if you hit level 9 as your fighter, if you manage to get that far, then playing by the rules, the GM is obligated to now give you a castle somehow. And now you have, or at least a keep, right? And now you have that. Now you have that stronghold. Because leveling up as the fighter and hitting that level means you get your keep. And that definitely influences the board state. Right. Similarly to that, a druid. Oh god, I got a peanut trapped in here. A druid, once they hit a certain level, I believe 12 or somewhere around there, they stop leveling normally. And instead, what they have to do is they have to challenge leader druids. Because in the implied settings established through the mechanics, there are only a certain number of druids of a specific level in the entire world. And when you make your character, when you start off gaming, those positions are already filled. So in order to level up from 12 to 13, you need to challenge one of the current level 13 rank druids. I forgot what they're called, like archdruid, high druid, something, right? But you have to challenge one of them and beat them, and then you can level up to level 13, and then you become that leader. You get that rank with everything that leads to, right? All the responsibilities and privileges that gets. And then if you want to level up again, you then need to challenge the next higher one. And that is explicitly tied to character advancement. All right? So that is something. Is it under the player's control? There's no real choice involved necessarily. But it is like world building, world changing things tied to character level up mechanics, right? If you hit this level as this and that class, you will change the world in this way by getting a stronghold, by challenging a druid, by running a temple, by whatever, right? These things will happen. And that's kind of the direction I feel like things can go with the whole influencing the board state. I use board state because that's the board gaming term, and that's where we're coming from right now. But you can definitely look at board state as the setting, the types of adventures you can have, the world, right? The narrative itself, right? If you hit a certain rank as a knight class, you become a lord. I don't know how realistic that is, but that does matter. Maybe in this fantasy world where we're playing, that's how it works, right? If you become powerful enough as a knight, you then are granted the title of a lord, and that is a thing. So if you hit this level, you become a lord. You can play it out with having a big ceremony where the king then grants you your title of lord and gives you a piece of land, blah, whatever, a bigger piece of land. But that is now a thing, and as a lord, you have different options of dealing with NPCs, right? And NPCs have to deal with you in a certain way, in a different way now, right? And so on and so forth. And there's a lot of possibilities in this space, which I feel are not really explored all that much anymore. So level up mechanics tend to be very isolated, very what's the word? Not self-absorbed. That's a personality trait. self-referential, also not quite, but like they are very, they only deal with themselves, so to speak, right? So the mechanics, the advancement mechanics that a character has tend to be tied to only the character, and sometimes only the character mechanics, the numbers, right? Some advancement mechanics might be like, oh, you get something like a danger sense, which is a bit more loose, but I guess. But that still deals with the character mainly, right? It's not like, oh, if you level up, you now get the ability to decree laws, or you make decrees, or something like that, right? That's not something that exists in games, but that could be a design space to explore something. Mm. And that used to be a thing back in the games, back in older D&D editions. Mm. So yeah, I feel like there's a lot of untapped potential, and it only becomes something that player driven and based on clear player choices if it becomes mechanized. Because if it becomes mechanized, written into rules, it becomes guaranteed. To a certain degree, there will always be tables that will look at the rules and say, oh, this sucks, I'm not going to do that. Oh, you're a level 9 fighter and the rules say you get a keep? Well, suck it, I'm the GM and I say you don't. Or so, right? There will always be tables that do that. But like as a designer, you cannot design for that. You cannot control the table, you cannot decide on what players will do. You can only hope that they will play the game as you wrote it because you designed it as a complete package, right? So right, so that's beyond our ability to influence, and that's none of our concern. Like if tables play the game completely differently, if they ignore rules, if they change rules, if they house rule stuff, that's no longer our concern as designers, right? It could, well, not while we're designing the game, we cannot think of that. Right? Afterwards, if we look at it and go, oh, everyone does this kind of house rule, or everyone tries to get rid of this one rule, why? Then we can look at that as a kind of feedback and work with it for other editions of the game or whatever. But while we're designing a game, we cannot constantly think about, oh, well, what if players don't follow this rule? Or what if they house rule? What if they ignore? That doesn't lead anywhere, right? So that is not helping. Okay. Is there anything else? Mechanics influence in board state, player driven, not incidental, not GM whim. This is something minor, but nonetheless significant, and that is just the tactile feel. If you have, let's go back to like Hansa Teutonica. Ah. Mm. And where is my Chrome? Chrome. Okay, here. Oh, it's not playing the browser audio yet, so all the clicking that I did wasn't. Because yeah, okay, now you can hear it. Sorry about that. So it's very tactile, right? There's a reason when we play games, at least at the table, that we like. One of the things we like about rolling dice is that we get to pick up the clacky math rocks and listen to them clack, right? It's this tactile sense. Uh, Again, not universal. Nothing I say is universal, obviously, but that's definitely part of the whole. Oh, I get to use game pieces, right? I get to pick things up and I get to do things with them. This haptic feedback is valuable, and that is something that does get lost when playing online. But this is also present in here, right? If I have my player board here, all of these wooden cubes on this cardboard up here is very tactile. I can be like, oh, I get to upgrade it. I get to pick up one of these cubes and I get to place it down somewhere. Oh, that feeling of picking it up and physically placing down, saying, this is now an upgrade I have done. I have now, I don't know where I can place it here, influence the board state. And I physically uncovered part of my player board to make my players stronger or so, right? Um that's a big part of it. And do you need to do this? Not necessarily, but if you have this information, you can make, oh, I get to make a cross here, meaning I now have this, or I get to have ability cards. I think that's also why ability cards are coming back, maybe coming back, but are now big thing. Like Daggerheart had them, Drawsteel is using them. Um a lot of third party products. Numenera use a lot of gaming cards. A lot of products that are being sold for established games is these physical aids, cards and such, because holding cards in your hands, putting them out in front of you and like shifting them around, or saying like, oh, I use this ability so I now flip the card, or this haptic feedback is satisfying. It tickles the brain, right? And makes you more involved. Right, that's also, yeah. So it's a big part of that. So I feel like this is definitely something that plays into it. So that could be like the haptic feedback. And there's different things you can do with it. You can use dice on the player board, right? And then if you uncover a certain thing, oh, now you get an extra die when you roll, right? Maybe roll for these kinds of actions, or oh, you're building a castle together as part of, you're building your stronghold together. Oh, and you just unlocked another advancement in your alchemy garden, where you take out a cube from your player board from your alchemy garden upgrade and put it into the stronghold, which is its own sheet or board, and you place it on there, and you get to upgrade part of it. You get to make your stronghold more prestigious or more productive or whatever, right? And you actually get to place the cube down on the stronghold sheet, right, from your character, and that's like, that's very visceral. Of immediately seeing the effects of what like how you are influencing the shared space, the shared narrative. And that is definitely not to be underestimated. It's a big part of why I personally really love engine building games. And yeah, there is definitely a degree of optimization in there as well. But if you design the engine well, the optimization, there is no one path optimization, and the optimization depends on the current game state, right? As I mentioned before. So there's definitely this idea of I want to pursue this path, so I should get these kinds of upgrades. And And maybe if later the game state changes, then you say, well, okay, now something else has become more optimal. But it does give you more control, definitely, over where to take things. And maybe if you all like get upgrades in a certain area, in a certain field, or direction, then you as players are also incentivized to push push the narrative in a direction where your abilities then can be used and influence will influence the narrative and will help decide things. There was one other thing. The immediate feedback. It's not just haptic feedback. It's the immediate feedback. Because these kinds of advancement tend not to be incidental, right? So milestone XP, for instance, is relatively incidental. The players have no clear control over it. Threshold of points. In board games, players tend to have more control. They can take actions that specifically increase these points, victory points or whatever other points there might be in the game that determine this, and they intentionally work toward that. This can also help if there are different kinds of points where you have to hit thresholds, right? Instead of just this XP in the background that players have no control over. So it's more about the player driven part. So some of these are not really a lot of these examples here in RPGs as they are currently implemented are not player driven. Right? Spending XP on point buy, okay, but getting the XP to spend in the first place is usually not player driven. Even something like Burning Wheel, to a certain degree, you can say, I want to go seek opportunities where I can use skills that I want to level up. But even that depends on where the GM takes the story and what kind of challenges they give you. If they give you a whole bunch of locked doors, then sure, you get to train your lockpicking skill a lot. But what if you didn't want to train your lockpicking skill? What if you wanted to train your herbalism skill? Right? But the GM is just not giving you the opportunities to use herbalism as a skill. Well, then sucks to be you as a player, right? It's not driven on your part. Leveling up, we just said, usually that's very incidental, and players have no control over when and how much XP they get, all in the purview of the GM. So that's definitely not player driven. Downtime training is probably the most player driven here out of all the examples, and then finishing the game loop milestone even less so, right? Even less than all the other examples. So the point of it is it's player driven. Players choose actions, and then they immediately get the feedback of, okay, and now I get to increase. And when I increase, I can immediately see how I'm influencing things. I unlock something new. Maybe I alter the board state just by advancing my player board, and so on. It's this immediate feedback. Let me see. Let me actually go to, because I understand that game a bit more than Hansa Teutonica. Let me go back to Scythe. Because I know that game better. I've played that one a bunch, actually. So here, Scythe. Come on. Okay, here. So, right, if I choose this action, get workers, I can then place workers on the board, and that immediately gives me a feedback of having influenced the board state. and then I get to put resources on here. Boom. And now this immediately influences, this is an immediate feedback to me doing something in the game. And, or where is it? Building buildings. Oh, right. Yeah. If I want to build something, right, I pay 3 lumber, and then I get to build something here. Again, this is an immediate feedback, right? It is both very haptic and very immediate, driven by my choices. And that's what I mean with now this is obviously limited to the board game itself. For role-playing games, you may have to expand on it. You may have to allow for slightly more interpretation, maybe. But this is very much I choose and I see the effect, right? Whereas in role-playing games, it's usually I increase a skill by 1 level, okay? But I don't actually see what is happening to it until the next time I use it. Whereas here, I can very clearly see I now have this mill on here, right? Is that really different? I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking BS right now, but there's this slight difference in feeling, just this slight difference, right? It's more immediate, and when I influence the board, where is it? When I get some sort of upgrade, right, I can immediately see what is happening here, and I could do something like I could go to this action, upgrade it, put it down here, and immediately have a cheaper action to use, right? That is definitely something that can happen, and it's this cascading effect. So the main point here being that like when I level up, for example, in a game like D&D, sure, leveling up leads to a bunch of choices here and there, and I can see number go up, but it's its own isolated thing, right? It's I'm playing on my little character sheet, right? I see number go up. Oh, I see this new ability that I get, but it is not doing anything to the board, right? To the narrative, if I want to expand that to RPGs, and it. I don't know if I'm communicating what I want to say here. if I'm actually, yeah. But what was the point here? It's still this immediate feedback of I immediately get to move things around on my board and get to score victory points or so. In a role-playing game, we wouldn't have victory points to score necessarily, but it is an immediate effect that that does appear. This is especially noticeable. Right, that's what I wanted to connect it to. I got lost in my own thoughts. So milestone XP or other similar XP things are typically handled at the end of an adventure or at the end of a session. And while that works, this is the point I wanted to make. That's what I had this in my head, but I forgot the point that led me to this thought in the first place. That is incentive. So if it's at the end of an adventure or an arc or something, or at the end of a session, sure, you can still see that you are advancing, but it is disconnected. There is a period of time between when you do the thing that rewards you and getting the reward. And this is where game design now intersects deeply with psychology, Immediate rewards have a much, much, much bigger effect on human behavior and on how we view things that we do, right? So an immediate reward is shows us that we're doing the right thing, right? Versus a delayed reward where the connection between the action we took versus the reward that we got becomes more tenuous in our lizard brain, right? So even something like at the end of a session where it says things like, "Oh, did you play your character beliefs?" or so, then you mark an XP. And sure, the idea here is that players would like to get XP, and they see what actions lead them to getting XP, and then that incentivizes them to perform these actions. That's all well and good, but what I have found and I've played games that do this and games that do it differently, games that have more immediate rewards. I've played them a lot. Like Fate does more immediate, whereas Blades in the Dark is more delayed. And I have found that when the reward is more immediate, players latch onto that a lot stronger than if the reward is delayed, right? Remembering that there is the delayed reward in the moment of gameplay, and then adjusting your play so that you will get the reward at the end, takes more skill, I guess, to a certain point, and is like requires you to take a step back and analyze the game on a slightly more meta level. Whereas an immediate reward, something like getting fate points in Fate, is immediate. Like players just go, "Oh yeah, well no, this thing here, this aspect I have totally applies to the situation. Yeah, I'm gonna do this right now because I want a fate point." It feels more meta, maybe, but not really, because it causes players to actually engage in the thing the game wants you to engage with. Right. So this immediate incentive, immediate feedback of I upgrade my character and it's very visceral and I get to move things around and I get to influence stuff is and I do that the moment the conditions are met. Right. So typically engine building games are not, oh, you upgrade your board at the end of your turn or at the end of a round once everyone had a turn. Right? You upgrade it the moment you perform the necessary action, or the moment you pay for the upgrade, or the moment you cross a threshold, or whatever, right? And that guides play from the players much more strongly and much more directly than something like end of session or end of adventure rewards going like, "Oh, by the way, did you remember to play your character this way? Because now we're gonna tally." And more often than not, as I've played these games, as I've played Blades in the Dark and things like that, I realize that players keep forgetting because it's not immediate. Right at the end of a session, then they go, "Oh right, yeah, I wanted to play my character this way because then I would get XP, but I forgot in the moment." Right. Whereas this has basically never happened in a game like Fate. As soon as players understand that you will get a fate point if you play your aspects this way, they do that because they immediately see the reward happening because it's tied into the gameplay loop in the moment. That's the point I wanted to make with the immediate feedback, right? It incentivizes play in certain directions much more strongly. And yeah, so that's engine building. So characters as engines, really, right? And as it's looking at what do board games do in this regard, and how could we implement some of these things into role playing games. I just realized that I had turned off the music a while ago and never turned it back on. We have music again. Um, it must have been like, yeah, okay, I turned it off when I went on break. Yeah, so like 40 minutes, no music. That's okay. Um, right, so that's various ways of how RPGs currently approach um these aspects of engine building, but how you could push it further, right? By looking at exactly how board games do it and saying, well, how do I implement this? And again, it doesn't have to be just player characters that are built with this. Maybe you don't like how mechanized player characters become with engine building, but there might be other things, right? You could build a crew or a guild in the game, and then you can use engine building in that, right? Maybe you try to build connections, or maybe you try to expand your power base, or you try to get money and other resources, or whatever else, right? Hirelings, etc. And all of these could be part of engines. And then what does your guild do? Well, maybe you use the recruit hirelings action, or maybe you use the schmooze action, schmooze with nobles action, or maybe you use the acquire resources action, right? Or whatever else, send people out on missions action, right? And this functions a lot like how certain games do handle downtime, but you can make the whole thing tighter. You can make like include a lot more connections within the moving pieces themselves, and allow players to actually play the game. And there's still space for role playing, and I feel like this is a stronger space for role playing than having things be very wishy washy, because role playing works best if you have a goal of some kind. That's my experience of playing and running games over the past two and a half decades. Um, like this is this is something that's not really touched upon in a lot of guides, but like um if you give players too open a canvas and then the GM just asks, what do you do? Then the players don't know what to do, because there's no clear goals of anything. It's like, you enter a tavern, what do you do? The players might go, I don't know. Are there any interesting people here to talk to? Right? Do I want to get a drink? Because if they just kind of randomly enter the tavern, not randomly, but they enter the tavern just kind of, I don't know, because that's what you do. Um, but they don't have a clear goal in mind, or the GM isn't giving them some options. It's like, oh, there's this mysterious rope figure. There's blah, this happening. There's a notice board hanging in the tavern that you can look at, etc. And then some players might be like, oh yeah, notice board. That sounds interesting. We need some money. Let's just see if there's a quest happening, and so on. Um, and and that gives them something to do, and that's even more important in things like conversations when you're talking to NPCs. A lot of conversations and also like exploration, if you're trying to explore a room or so, it flounders a lot of the times because players don't have enough information to make informed choices, right? If you're trying to convince an NPC of doing something for you, but you don't know how to convince them, and the GM says, yeah, we're not just going to roll persuasion, please, you need to actually convince this person, then the players are kind of left stabbing around in the dark. It's like, okay, what can we do? Does this guy want money? Can we offer a service in exchange? Can we threaten this person? I don't know. And then they just try everything, maybe, kinda. And that's where these things flounder. But if you give players clear choices on what to do, then it gives them a structure, and then inside the structure, they can role play. Right? So if they say, okay, we're gonna take the schmooze action, right? Then the schmooze action includes role playing. Like, you actually play out the scene where you go to a certain noble or something and just, get in their good graces. But because it is couched in a mechanical structure, the structure will then help give you a goal. It might help give you guardrails or guidelines. It might help give you prompts, and it will help you interpret the result of however the role-playing scene plays out, right? But the impetus of going from setting up and executing, like starting the action, to getting the end result, that is still done through role-playing. And you can very much do this. In fact, a game that does exactly this, which a lot of people say is, oh yeah, this is a story game. This is a prime example of a story game. This is a lot of free role-playing, this blah, this is amazing for storytellers, blah, is Fiasco. Interestingly, I see Fiasco as a board game. To me, Fiasco is a board game. Why? Yes, there's a lot of freeform RP. So in Fiasco, I have about 9 minutes to talk about this before ad, so I can do that. Fiasco is about a group of dysfunctional people with horrible relationships to each other that get into trouble and then things go horribly wrong. Hence the name Fiasco. And
Raiding party!
oh my goodness.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Usagi Heaven, hello. Welcome. Hi, how are you doing? Dave the Driver. Dave the Diver. welcome. How goes? Yeah. How was Dave the Diver? I hope you had a lot of fun, and I hope you managed to dive a lot. I don't actually know exactly what the game is about. But yes. Welcome, how goes? Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. My name is Chichin. I am a non-binary bard VTuber. Non-bartery VTuber. And I like to do TTRPG things, including talking a lot about game design as we are doing right now. So I am currently looking at board game mechanics and how they can be implemented into role-playing games. And yes, I was playing Dave the Diver. It was a lot more fun than I thought it would be. Are you making TRPGs? We are. We're looking at a mechanic right now inside, used in several board games, called engine building, and how this can be implemented in role-playing games. Right. So let me show a quick example of this. Let me switch over to here. Oh, okay. So this is a board game called Scythe. And this bit here, this section, this is what I'm talking about. This is the player board. Right, and this player board is your game engine. You choose various actions to do on here: gather resources, move your units, build up your army, and so on. And as you progress through the game, your board improves. Right, so you unlock certain bonuses. Oh, now this action is stronger, and you cover up costs. Oh, now this action is cheaper. Right, things like that. And this is very, very similar to character advancement in RPGs. Right, but markedly different in a couple of important points that I have summarized over here. So a player board with upgrades, what kinds of upgrades you have? You can enhance the potency of actions, you can reduce the cost of actions, you can give general upgrades, you can unlock new actions that you can do, and there's various ways to upgrade. You can pay for upgrades, just gather resources and you pay for them. Kind of like spending XP and point buy role-playing games. You can use the action itself, and using the action upgrades it, right? Burning Wheel and other games, Call of Cthulhu-ish, kind of also uses this in a way, where if you use an action, then you can improve it. A threshold of points that you gather, and then once you hit a certain amount, you level up, and that improves the action. You can do targeted other actions in the game, and once you do that action, you upgrade your board. Right, downtime training, for example, or you finish a certain gameplay loop, which is kind of like milestone XP. But then I said a lot of these things are very non-player driven and such. Oh yeah, sorry. Hate to raid and dash, but I must go. Oh yes, I am so sorry. I was so caught in my thoughts. Yes. If anyone does need to raid and rest or so, please do go. Thank you very much for raiding, and I hope you wish you a good time zone, and yeah, have a good rest. Thank you so much. I apologize. I was so in my stream of consciousness thing happening right now, that I completely forgot basic etiquette. I apologize. Yes, but for everyone else, yeah, we're doing this. So, what does engine building do that role playing games don't? Right? They give a clear overview. They have very differentiated options that you can pursue for upgrades or for actions that you can take. Meaning they don't give you a whole bunch of options that lead to the same basic outcome or that do the same basic thing, like deal damage, right? I have 20 spells and all of these spells are about dealing damage. Well, then I just pick the best one. I pick the one that deals the most damage most of the time, right? Things like that. And this point is the one we're talking about right now, interconnection between narrative and mechanics. So, Fiasco. The game where you have these dysfunctional people working together against each other, etc., to achieve their goals, but they are horrible people that are really bad at things, so it all ends in a big fiasco. Now, how does the game work? The game gives you pretty clear guidelines on how to create characters, how to establish relationships with each other, and it gives you enough impetus and enough prompting to make sure that things are probably going to go wrong. And then you have a very clear turn structure. So player A goes first, and they say, right, so my character wants to achieve this thing, and they like this character, they don't like that character, they want to do this. So I will start a scene, and that's what you do in a turn. You start a scene with some other character, right? Establishing that, oh, where are we? What are we trying to do? And then you establish a goal of what your character wants to do in the scene, right? And then you play out the scene in free form. There are no skill checks. There are none of that. You just play it out in a conversation, act out the scene. And then at the end, when the scene is drawing to a close, the other players at the table decide, did you achieve your goal or not? Does it look like your character is going to come out of this ahead or behind? Oh my goodness, Domevan's official. Hello. Welcome. Hype. How are you doing? It's nice to see you here. How goes? I hope you're having a good, is it start to the weekend already? Maybe. It is here. We have holiday here today, so yeah. How are you doing? We're in the middle of talking about RPG design. So I hope that's up your alley, but yeah. Hope you're having a good day or had a good day, depending on where in the world you are. Yeah, so at the end of a scene in Fiasco, the other players then award the player whose turn it is. They give them either a good die or a bad die, depending on how they interpret the scene outcome to be. I'm doing good. How are you? I am doing well. Thank you. I am deep into this right now. This is I have had stray thoughts about this for a while, but like actually bringing all of this together is big. I'm going to snooze the ad real quick because I want to finish this thought. I need to finish this thought before it escapes. So yeah, sorry, but it's like my brain is currently zoned in. I need to finish this thought. So, Fiasco. Yeah, we have this turn structure, and then after the scene is over and the player has received their good die or bad die, happy holiday, thank you. It's actually tomorrow, but tomorrow's Saturday, so government decided that does that here. It's like, oh, so we actually get a work day off. So it's Friday, and we get the Friday off. Right, so after the scene is done and the player has been given their die, it's the next person's turn. The next player then does the same thing, establishes a scene with one other player, and says, okay, so my character would like to do this, and in this scene, I want to achieve this. So maybe my character is trying to smuggle heroin through the city, right? But I need someone to help me out because I don't know, to be a driver and lookout. So I want to recruit this character because this character is my childhood friend and best buddy. So my goal here is to recruit my friend to help me out with the heroin drive. And then the friend can then say, I don't want to get arrested, so I'm going to hold against that. And then you play out the scene. And then the scene has a clear goal, right? What your characters are trying to accomplish. That gives the scene direction. That gives your role-playing direction. And then at the end, you can then see, when does the scene end? It gives the scene a clear ending. That's also a big thing in RPGs. Like, scenes just kind of muddle on without a clear end because no one knows what the scene is supposed to accomplish. So no one knows if that has been accomplished already, and it's time to end the scene and start the next one. This is like storytelling skill that can be given to GMs and players using a mechanical structure where they don't need the skill, they just need to follow the structure. And Fiasco does that, right? And then second player as well, okay, gets good die or bad die depending on how the scene went. And then next player's turn, and so on and so forth until everyone has played a bunch of scenes. And then you get like the tipping point. I forgot what it's called in the game. It's given a name where like everything flips on its head and things go wrong. Suddenly the feds are on your trail, etc. Blah. And then you play a new bunch of scenes. And then after that, you have your collection of good dice and bad dice. You roll them, and then you see what the epilogue is for your character, right? And that is a board game. That is a board game because you have a very clear setup of the board. You have a very clear turn structure where you have a clear thing that you want to achieve in each turn. Sure, the action through which you achieve this outcome in your turn is role-playing. It's not moving pieces about. It's not spending resources. It's not whatever, playing cards. It's role-playing. But you still end your turn depending on how you did with your actions given to you, the role-playing. And then it's the next person's turn. And there's a very clear turn structure. I think everybody gets like two goes before the tipping point, and then they get another one or two goes or something like that, right? So it's a very clear turn structure with a beginning, middle, end. And that's exactly what board games do, right? It just so happens that it gives the players a lot of well-defined and well-prompted, well-guided space for some good RP that that can help players who are not as well versed in RP and in storytelling. That they can just grab onto the mechanics. They can just grab onto the prompts given to them by the game rules and say, well, I just need a goal for my character, right? And I will, in the playing this scene, I am here to pursue this goal. And that helps a lot. And you can have that in something like an engine building game where the engine building provides this mechanical turn structure, so you can choose what types of turns you want to do, or where you want, what direction you want to take the overall narrative, depending on what actions you take in the smaller scale and lower level, and still give a lot of space for very good role-playing, guided role-playing. And this is something that Blades in the Dark, for instance, doesn't do with its downtime actions. Its downtime actions are very mechanized, overly so, where there is no more room for role-playing, right? It's just, oh, you want to research a ritual. Okay, add a tick, done, to your research clock. Oh, you want to pay off an official. Okay, remove some money from your curse, done, it's paid off. So it becomes a mechanical checklist where role-playing, if you want to role-play, you have to either find gaps that the game doesn't explicitly tell you about, or make gaps, make room by artificially ballooning the mechanics or the space between the mechanics, or toss out mechanics that are taking up space for where role playing could go, right? And that is implementation. So even though engine building is very mechanized, you can still have lots of room for role playing, which is what people want to have when they're playing a role playing game, right? By implementing it in a particular way, in a way where you can have the space in there still, right? The playground in between the mechanics. Okay, the ad is going to start now, or any second now. So I will take a quick break from talking. I will drink. I will do stuff. I will stretch. But I will not be talking about this because this is the main content. So yeah, now that the thought is out, now I can. But I had to finish that one. Sorry about that. That is the autism locking on to a thought and not letting it go. Oy. Okay.
Endure.
All right, there's the ads.
Enduring, grow strong.
Also, my model isn't really moving right now because it's not capturing me because I'm standing up to stretch. Oi. I don't know if all of these cracks that are happening are coming through the mic. But yeah, I need to move around. Okay, that one definitely came through. I saw that on the audio meter, on the volume meter. That was my ankle. All right. That's some good stretching happening. Very important to move around and stretch. Okay. Ads are gonna go for a bit longer, so yeah. Those of you who are here, how are you doing? I hope everything's going well. I hope I'm not boring you. Like if I am, you are free to switch to some other streamer. I won't be mad. I do realize that game design is not necessarily for everyone. And the way I explain things could be a bit overwhelming, maybe. I try not to be. But yeah. It's I don't know, I've been doing this for a while, so I by a while I mean like more than 25 years at this point. Yeah. So it's a whole thing. My ads are going to be over soon. It's very quick. Ooh, one last big stretch. Okay, now the ads are over. Welcome back, everyone. All right. So, yeah, engine building can be put into many different places, right? So engine building can be for anything that the game expects you to advance in some way. E.g. PCs, right? Player characters, obviously, but also something like a guild, something like a domain, right? Or if you have a stronghold and everything, or town that you're building, right? It can be, I don't know, maybe there's this whole thing where you're trying to cast a big ritual, or there's a challenge. Heck, you could even try to implement this into other things like a crawl, right? A dungeon crawl, maybe? That would be interesting, right? There are definitely games that do something similar to engine building, deck building, for something like a dungeon crawl. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Rhubarb. Right. Actually, let me see if this game is on. This game is on Tabletopia. Clank. Let's see. It is also not on. That's sad. Okay, that sucks. Clank would have been a cool one to show this off. But essentially, Clank is a dungeon crawling, dungeon looting game where you have deck building. Deck building functions kind of sort of like engine building, where you build a deck of cards over the course of the game, and what cards you have on hand determine what actions you can do or how many resources you have to spend on actions, etc. Right? And because you build your deck through the game, you get some choice into how to develop. Like, do you want to have a lot of movement in your deck? Do you want to have combat abilities in your deck? Do you want to be able to search rooms really well in your deck and find lots of treasure, right? So maybe you don't run very deep into the dungeon, but the rooms you do get to, you search them really thoroughly and find treasure that other people might miss, etc. Like there's various ways you could take your character, various directions. And that essentially uses the engine in the form of a deck as a dungeon crawling tool. So you could have something like that with this, right? With this mechanic in there, right? So that's also something that's possible, right? It gives a and in fact a lot of crawl structures as they exist, hex crawling, dungeon crawling, and such, already kind of work this way, and a lot of simple video game dungeon crawlers or such work this way, right? Where you go from room to room. Heck, even the Starkest dungeon kind of work that way. Not quite. That depends more on resource management and equipment. But you can imagine a very simple dungeon crawler where you go from room to room, and then you might have characters that are good at combat. So if you do meet a monster, then you can defeat the monster, right? Or you can always decide to just leave and go down another room. Maybe you have a character that's really good at searching. Oh, then you find secrets in the room, and so on. And you can have this very mechanized structure, a turn structure almost, or explicitly a turn structure, where you then crawl through the dungeon and have these things happening. And you can imagine the same in a role-playing game. In fact, a lot of crawl structures work like this, where you have dungeon turns, and then within a dungeon turn, you can have things like I search a room, or I rest, or I talk to someone that's there, or we fight, right? A combat turn, one dungeon turn, etc. And There's other things involved in there, like resource management, or your torch lasts 6 dungeon turns, etc. And if you spend so many hours in the dungeon, you need to rest and have eat a ration. Blah. There's other elements around this turn structure that are like on an even higher level. But you can very much mechanize this, and you can say, well, we enter this room now. Okay, I wish to take the search action because my character is really good at searching. And that still leaves room for role playing by saying, okay, what do you actually find? What do you actually do with it? Do you take it along? Do you examine it now? Do you blah, whatever? And there's a lot of choices still in there that feel more freeform, but then that lead into how the mechanics are picked up again, right? And it's different games do this more or less explicitly, but you can really have this as an engine building where you get good at various aspects of dungeon delving. Right? It's not just, oh, if my character gains a level, I get better at combat. Which is where the path that D&D essentially took. Is like my character becomes stronger, and becoming stronger means getting better at combat. But all the other aspects of dungeon crawling are left untouched, right? Unless it's super specialized, and you only have your class is specialized towards that. But that's right. That's not what I'm talking about here. That is a completely different mechanic. That's like engine building. Oh yeah, engine building. Another thing is generally it's accessible to everyone. Right. So what I mean with that is generally everyone gets the same basic engine. Right. There might be some variations here or there. There might be some inclinations towards something. Maybe you have an engine where everyone gets 4 standard actions that everyone does, and then you have another action that is specific to your class or so. Now that I think about it, PBTA games kinda, sorta implement something like this, where you have a bunch of basic actions, like very explicitly a bunch of basic actions, and then depending on what class, quote unquote, what archetype, what playbook you're playing, you get some special actions that only you can do. Yeah, but that is very different because there is no mechanized meta structure, right? It literally says there is none. It is just a free conversation, and then at some point something happens in the conversation where we say, okay, now the mechanics become important. I'm still learning PBTA. I'm currently playing Masks with a bunch of people. In fact, we played yesterday. Our first actual session of playing, and so I'm still getting to know, like, getting practical experience and getting to know the game. So there's not too much I can say on that front. But yeah, that's something you could think about. Like, maybe every character can search a room, but only mages can do an arcane scan of the room, right? And only clerics can pray at idols or something, pray at a shrine, right? And actually hope to achieve a mechanical effect that way, right? Things like that, which are more like specialized actions that are useful to have, but are not essential to the core loop and the core experience. All right, so that's definitely something to think about. And at some point, really, it's like, if your main gameplay revolves around dungeon delving, and your characters can improve in various aspects of dungeon delving. Like that's kind of self-explanatory or like self-evident. And then you can consider putting something like this as a mechanical structure in there. Yeah. What else? And also trade-offs. Trade-offs is another thing. So if you improve one action or one part of your player board, you cannot improve another part of your player board, right? And usually, what is a game that does this? It probably is Hansa Teutonica that does this, right? Come on. Oh, Tabletopia does not want me to search for this anymore. Sorry about that. Oh, the website is a bit slow. Okay. Okay, let me get this back. Okay, so here on this player board, you have a bunch of these blue cubes that you place here on the board to build your path, to build your trait routes, to claim cities, etc. And you have a bunch of these blue cubes on your player board. Now, there is no difference between the blue cubes over here, the ones over here, the ones over here. There's no difference. So when it says you get to grab a new cube, you can grab any of these. You can grab this one. You can grab this one. Or maybe this one, right? So, what did I term this? Trade-offs. So essentially, the upgrade you get is you get a blue cube and you unlock something. But if you grab this one to unlock whatever it is the keys do, I don't know the game well enough, you don't get to unlock this one that gives you more actions, right? Similarly, if you unlock this one that gives you more actions, you don't get to unlock this that, I don't know what this does, makes your bag bigger or so, right? So that's a trade-off. That is something where you have to choose what upgrades you get in order to specialize. And this is like some games have some sort of universal upgrades that you get regardless of what you choose. But then the choices you can make are very limited in scope and impact. I feel like D&D is like this, right? You get universal upgrades, things like you always get more HP. And you always get some sort of combat-related ability fitting to your class, right? But then anything else, new skills, or maybe new effects for skills, new scope for skills, or anything that is not combat related is very limited and not really part of the upgrade. That's like an afterthought, right? So how much choice do you actually have when you level up in D&D? Not much, actually. Not much. A lot of the upgrades are predetermined for you, and more importantly, the game mode or the area of play where the upgrade has an effect that the upgrade impacts is all the same. I can choose between this combat ability or that combat ability. But at the end of the day, it's still my character gets better at combat. I cannot choose between this combat ability and this exploration ability, for example, right? The game doesn't allow that. So having a board like this also makes these trade-offs more explicit, right? And this is a final, not a final, but okay, there it is. This is another thing. It makes mechanical impact and player choice or player options explicit. I swear I know how to spell. To the players, and very importantly, the GM. This is where I feel a strength of the engine lies, of this kind of player board idea lies. Because players having choices is exciting, right? Players will happily look through rule books, will happily find other rule books to add more choices that they can have, right? I want to play this ancestry. I want to get that spell, right? That is not in the core books, but it's in these other books, so I go scrounge for them. Players will happily do that because they like having options, and they like having like, oh, I get all these toys that I can choose from and play with. But the GM doesn't see that, and there is a very real danger of the GM intentionally or accidentally overriding a player options, player choice, or making it irrelevant based on simply how they run the game, right? Because the GM is also given so much freedom and so much, and the freedom can inadvertently muck into the mechanical portion that the players get to play with, that it actually reduces player option not in a good way, and it can reduce player option asymmetrically between players, right? So some players might have their options reduced, others might not. And this is not like some sort of malice out of the GM's part, on the GM's part. It's really just they run the game this way, and that happens to reduce options, right? If they give the players a lot of undead to fight, for example, undead cannot be critically hit, cannot be mind controlled, cannot be affected by illusions, cannot be backstabbed, at least in the editions of D&D that I know. I don't know in the more modern versions. I haven't looked that deep into them. But, right, that actually happened in a game I was playing, right? I made an illusionist, I made a specialist illusionist mage because I wanted to play around with illusions. And then our first adventure, the only adventure we got through with that character, was undead themed. And so there were all these ghosts and zombies and such, and it's like, yeah, okay, my character can do nothing because undead are not influenced by illusions. Hooray! Right? Awesome. So that severely limited my options, whereas the fighter in the group was like, monster is monster. I hack. I'm happy. Right? So that can happen. And by having these mechanical options that players can get made more explicit and tied very closely to other mechanics, maybe even to things that the GM can do, it is a possible safeguard against this. Nothing is 100% secure, especially in the current play culture of RPGs, where it still feels like, oh, GMs can do whatever as long as it serves the narrative, serves the story, rule of cool, rule zero, all of these things, right? Homebrew away. And you cannot secure it 100%. You never can. But again, you cannot control the table as a designer, so you cannot worry about that, right? You can only do what you work with the tools you have, and something like this, making things the mechanical impact and player options explicit, is a possible guardrail against where the game mechanics might break down simply by how the GM happens to run the game, right? So that is definitely something that that can happen, and where having mechanics like this can have other positive knock-on effects on other parts of the game, right? And the players get to play the game. They get to make mechanical choices, and they get to play with their toys. That is always a big bonus. Yeah. I think after like 3.5 hours of rambling, I got all the thoughts I had in my head about engine building in RPGs out, and in a slightly more organized fashion. Yeah, I mean, the next step would then be to toy around with this to actually create at least parts of an RPG, mechanics in an RPG that implement engine building. But I'm not gonna do that right now. I'm much more interested in exploring other mechanics, right, that appear in board games, right? Because there is a lot. Where are the mechanics? Here. Program movement. Like there's a lot to be done. With a lot of these, and a lot to be done. Also, I've seen like one or two role-playing games do this, where each class plays very differently mechanically. Where one character tries to roll and keep in the sense of Yahtzee, and another character tries to do bidding, and another character tries to like program actions, and then yet another, not character, class, right, or so, and then another one tries to, I don't know, do trick taking, etc. So you can have all of these smaller, simpler mechanics, and which ones you play with depend on the class that you're playing, and that makes the class feel very, very different. It is a lot of work, both on the designer as well as on the players, but you don't have to learn everything, right? You pick a class, and then it says, okay, this class, you're essentially playing poker, right? Or, oh, this class, you're playing Yahtzee. Or, oh, this class, you build your deck and program actions and such. And that can be very, very fascinating, especially if these mechanics can then be used to capture the flavor of the class, right? Maybe you are playing a wild mage who is at risk of their spells exploding in their face. Okay, you play some sort of push your luck Yahtzee kind of deal. Maybe you're playing a fighter, some sort of battle master kind of deal, who is very much into developing a plan and such. Okay, you do more programming actions. Maybe you play a rogue who's all about trying to get opportunities and such. And you can have mechanics that mimic the kinds of observations and decisions and actions that the character would do, right? That's definitely something you can also implement there. And there's a lot of, that was the tech trees mechanic. Okay, let's close this. And let's get out of here. Okay, there could be something like a rondelle, right? Which is a fascinating mechanic, which is you move along a circle, as you can see here on the image. right? And which space you land on is the action you take, but you can only take so many steps, right? So you cannot repeatedly take the same action. If you want to get to a certain action, you might first have to take an intermediary step, etc. There are a lot of like auction mechanics. There are drafting mechanics, deck building, back building mechanics. There is all sorts. Deck building, Mancala, that was the one I was thinking about. Mancala, right? This Mancala is a game on its own, but you can then use this to have it power other parts of the game, which is how a lot of these mechanics came to be and came to be established, right? Deck building itself as well. Deck building started with Dominion, where the deck building is the start and end of the game, right? You build your deck, and then after a certain point, the game ends, and then you look at how good of a deck you've built. So deck building is the main thing. And then people have taken this deck building idea and said, well, you build your deck, yes, but then the deck powers something else in the game, such as dungeon crawling, right? And same with Mancala. Mancala is a very basic board game where you move these pieces from bowls into other bowls, and your goal is to clear your pieces off the board by moving them strategically into bowls and such. I don't know exactly how Mancala works, but then other people have said, well, we can take this and power other parts of the game with it, right? We can have different colored pieces in the bowls, and depending on which piece you put into the final bowl of your movement, that is the action that you trigger. Or maybe different bowls are labeled by different actions, and then you pick up pieces, and depending on what bowl you land on, right? So how it works is like, oh, you pick up 5 pieces from this bowl, and then you move forward, depositing 1 in each, and then this is the last one you land in, right? That's the basic idea of Mancala. And you can use that to power other things, like Trajan, I think, uses that definitely to power. Does 5 Tribes do that? I don't quite remember. Maybe. All right, but it uses like different aspects of this Mancala mechanic to then have you do other things in the game. And you can have a lot of these happening in a role-playing game, especially in a role-playing game where you want these basic mechanical elements that then power the role-playing further on, right? Worker placement. Worker placement is a big one. Worker placement. Worker placement is awesome for something like domain management, kingdom management, and such, right? But it could also be something like because the workers don't actually have to be workers, they can be anything. They can be resources. So maybe casting a ritual, disarming a trap, hacking a computer system, right? Where you allocate, I don't know, you allocate RAM, right? Or you allocate some programs that you are running to various parts. It's like, okay, so right here, there is this intrusion countermeasure, right, that I have to disable. So I allocate some amount of RAM to that, and then I allocate RAM to digging deeper into the files. Or I could choose to, you know what, screw this. This intrusion countermeasure while I'm hacking is not doing too much. It's doing a slight damage to my board, but I can take it. My board is a very sophisticated one, a very powerful one. I can take some damage. I don't need to allocate RAM to that thing, to blocking that thing. I can allocate RAM instead to decrypting a file right now that I want to steal, or decrypting a folder where I want to steal a file out of, right? And those are choices that you can make, and you can make an entire mini game out of hacking a computer system, right? So there's a lot you can do with these mechanics. And the biggest thing is really, it feels like a lot of role-playing game designers might be afraid of having this much mechanical commitment in their games and having this much mechanical structure in their games. Maybe but I feel like there's so much untapped potential here that can really take role-playing games to the next level. And so yeah, there's more that I want to explore here, and need to drink more. Hold on. And maybe implement in games, right? Look, there's so many turn order mechanics. Turn order doesn't just have to be reroll a die at the beginning of combat, reroll initiative, and that's just the order we stick in. No, there could be a lot of interesting things where you use the resources you have, use the combat environment, use the board state to influence turn order. And that could be a choice you make in combat instead of just I swing my sword, I swing my sword, I also swing my sword, I have an axe, so I swing my axe, right? Bleh. Great. No, you can have other things, and this could make combat much more tactical, for example, right? You could have other things happening. You could have things like, I don't know, trick taking. You could have area control, etc. to make combat tactical in a way that doesn't rely on the GM having mastered storytelling, having mastered things outside of the base combat system that your game provides, having watched 100 hours of YouTube tutorials on, oh, this is how you make combat more dynamic, and always keeping in mind, oh, I need to keep in mind the environment, and then I need to have all of this thing in there, and then I need to adjudicate roles and make rulings to make combat better. No. You just give the GM the mechanics they need, the mechanical structure, and that will automatically make combat more tactical and more exciting. All right? This is what I talked about on Blue Sky. A lot of RPG design is like, you can make this game great if you have a great GM. Good luck, right? Instead of providing the tools for average GMs so that they can make the game great on their own without having to be a great GM in that sense, right? So yeah. So this is why I want to explore this. And I will, unless something else comes up that is more urgent or more on topic or so, this is mainly what I'm going to be looking at in the moment. Also for myself, like, I have never done this kind of analysis of engine building, especially as it relates to RPGs. I have never formally done something like this. I've only had like various thoughts of like, oh yeah, that's a mechanic that could work. How could that work? That's a mechanic that could work. How could I maybe implement it? But I've never done this big of an analysis on it. And that's very exciting. So I want to do this kind of thing for not every other mechanic. Some mechanics don't necessarily fit. Some are extremely specific. Some are not that well understood, or I might not understand them that well in the moment. Some mechanics are like super mechanics. Like I can look at auction, right? I don't need to go through all of these auction variants to kind of look at how can I implement auction in itself, right, etc. Communication limits and so on. There are some games, there is a game that uses communication limits, but then messes it up by not making that the core conceit of the game. So yeah. But yeah, so there's a lot more to do there. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think that's it. I think I'm done. So let me turn this off. I think yeah. What time is it? It's 2:30. It's 2:30, and I need to slowly get some food to eat. I haven't had any proper food yet, so I am getting hungry. I'm getting pods are done, right? And let's see. Is there anyone on that we could look at? Are people ending? Uh-oh, some people are ending. Okay. Let me have a look around. Okay. But yeah, so I hope this was interesting. I hope this was maybe you learned something. Maybe you learned like, oh, what do board games actually do, right? And this is a prime example. Okay, a new thought just jumped in my head. I'll finish that one. This is a prime example of play more games. If you want to be a game designer, and this is now my tip on if you want to get into game design, what do I do? Right? Play more games. Play more games. That's one of the biggest things. That's number one. Play more games. Look at more games. Read more games. Watch more games. Analyze them. And also play them with an eye towards its design. Right? Look at what is the design in this game. What does it do? How do I engage with it as a player? What kind of game experience does it create at the table or in the field, right? And so play a lot of different things, and don't just play games in your genre. Like if you want to design a role-playing game, don't just play role-playing games. Sure, play role-playing games, but also play board games, card games. Look at sports, look at party games, look at video games, look at all sorts of other things, right? And again, if you want to design a horror game, don't just look at horror. Yes, sure, looking at horror will help, but look at other things as well, right? They might have clever mechanics, clever implementation, or so clever storytelling, clever whatever that you can then use in your own game. And sorry, I just bumped the mic. I hope that wasn't unpleasant in your ears or anything. Yeah, so this is definitely something you can do where you play a game, look at games with an eye toward their design and what they have and how that might work, because you could always find something new, something different to put into your own design, right? Okay, there are actually ideas coming now. Oh my goodness! Hello, Vanilla. How are you doing? How goes? Hello there, indeed. I am still yapping. I have been yapping for almost 4 hours. So, yeah, of course. How goes? How goes? Yapping is good. Yapping is good indeed. Much ideas, definitely. And some not just ideas in and of themselves, but like organizing ideas, right? That's a big thing. This is what really why I wanted to do these game design streams again, because I have so many ideas constantly floating around in my head, but while they're in my head, they're just like a swarm of fish, right? Or a swarm of birds, more like it's just like flying all around, and I cannot make heads or tails of anything. But if I then get like 3, 4, 5 hours to just talk about this one thing and organize it and like yeah, sort through what is actually in my head, right? Because if the ideas are just random in my head, I cannot use them. Now that I've organized it and written it down and made clear, like, oh, this is what I have, now I could use this, right? This is now something I can work with. This is now a tool. This is not just raw materials. So yeah, definitely. But yeah, we need to play some board games as well. I just closed Tabletopia. Let me open this up again. That one board game that you found, Wukong. Do you remember that one? That one is now available for non-premium on Tabletopia. I don't know if it's limited, or limited time or so, but it is here. Let me switch over. Is it, oh, hello? Here. Okay, yeah, this thing. There's also a bunch of expansions that I don't know about. But yeah, it's we can play it, and it's a good illustration of various mechanics, because just like how role-playing games typically have more than one mechanical structure, it depends, some only have one, but board games generally have multiple things going on in them. All right, so this has engine building with your player board, but it also has two-ish kind of types of worker placement in there, right? And it has like multiple actions that you can do. I know it looks very pretty, right? And so on, and it has like variable worker types with these cards that you have here. We can flip these real quick. Oh, I turned off the sound again. Here, right? It's very clacky. I like it. Right. So you have all of this stuff going on. And this is yeah, there's a lot happening here, right? So you have your worker placement, two different types of worker placement. You have your worker management, you have, which is part of worker placement usually. You have your player board, you have resource management, and different types of actions you can do. And there's a lot going on in here. And this is a good illustration of how something like engine building can grip into other mechanics, right? How you can use engine building to then influence worker placement, and how the worker placement then eventually feeds back into your engine building. And I like this. This tickles my brain in a very in a very specific way, where all of these, it's not like isolated things, right? It's not, oh, we have a bit of mechanic there and then a bit of mechanic there, and so on and so forth. No, it's all of these things are cogs. There are gears in a machine, and you can look at the entire machine and you go, this thing works. It works. And then you can look at the individual parts and the individual gears and such and say, okay, so this gear drives that and it's driven by that and connects that and converts it this way, blah. And then you go into this box, and inside this box, this happens, right? And so on. And you get this kind of output, and that has blah, and so on. And you can put more resource into this box here, and then that changes the output here. So you can analyze all the individual parts, but you can also step back and look at the entire machine and be like, this works, right? This is a thing. So I like that. So yeah, this is, and it is currently available on Tabletopia. So that's really, really good. I just love the general conceit of this game. It's also very, very thematic. A lot of board games, also even Euro games, even though Euro games, it's often set you're just only playing the mechanics. There is no story or narrative or flavor happening. That's not really true. There is a lot happening here, and the main flavor of this game, it's so thematic. It really fits. So the idea is you are a courtier who wants to. We need to play Clue one day. Oof, Clue. Yeah, that we could. Yeah, but Clue is also, if you know what you're doing, then right away it's just yeah. That's, is it thematic? Maybe. But it's thematic in a different way. It's a little easy. It kind of is. It also has, it's very old, so the whole roll and move portion of the game was only included. And this is another comment I made on Blue Sky in a thread about unhinged TTRPG opinions, which never turned out to be quite that unhinged. So Clue is relatively old, right? It was made in the 50s or 60s, somewhere around there. And and back in that day, old but comfort game. Oh yeah, I can imagine that, definitely. So the thing with Clue is you have this board of a mansion with various rooms, and the owner of the mansion has been murdered, and you're trying to find out who did it, in what room, with what weapon. And you have this whole roll and move element where you have your little player hip, right? And you roll dice, and that allows you to move on tiles in the hallways, and then you move from room to room. And when you're in a room, then you can say, all right, I'm in the library and the murder took place here. If you want to accuse someone of having done the murder in the kitchen, you then need to leave the library, roll and move your way to the kitchen, and once you're in the kitchen, then you say, I accuse someone of having done this in the kitchen. Why does this element exist? Why does this roll and move element exist? Because of the publisher. Back then, people only knew board games with roll and move. A lot of board games had that. Monopoly has that. Snakes and Ladders has that. A lot of, like, backgammon is basically the roll and move game. Backgammon is only roll and move. So a lot of board games had this element of roll and move. It's a mechanic. And the publisher was said, if the game does not have this element, people will not believe or understand that it's a board game. So they put that in there. And in my opinion, it ultimately made the game worse. Before that, the game literally was just players taking turns making these suspicions. I don't know. I don't think they're called accusations. They're called, I forgot what they're called in the game, right? But they make this these suspicion guesses, right? And during the game, you only say, okay, this room, that person, this weapon, and then people check if they have an appropriate clue and then show you which one it is. And then next person, okay, this room, that weapon, this person, and then someone checks and shows a clue again, and so on and so forth, right? And that's all it is. The whole moving through the mansion didn't exist. So yeah, that's another point about design, including design elements, including mechanics in games just because it's always been done this way. Ooh, there's a cinematic camera happening because I haven't moved the mouse in a while. I'll let this play. But it does feel like that a lot of RPG design is still in this stage of, I need to include this in my game because it's always been done this way. Right? And then you don't reflect on what does this mechanic actually do? How does this mechanic actually work? And will including this mechanic make my game work or not? Not necessarily work, but will it make it a good game or not? Is it fitting? Right? So a lot of games have things like combat. a lot of RPGs have combat mechanics in them as their own fully fleshed out mechanical procedure because it's always been done this way. No matter if combat mechanics actually help you with the theme of the game, with what the game is trying to accomplish. I'm looking at you, Numenera. No, games need combat, right? It is one of the core pillars of RPGs, so we need to include combat. And there's a lot of this unreflected design happening that is just based on it's always been done like this, so I must do it like this as well. And that really hampers RPG design, it feels like, right? So that's a big thing of why looking at different mechanics, looking at different games, seeing the types of innovations that happen there, can really help you step out. Because when you read a lot of RPGs, you only see these very same traditional design choices carried through again and again and again and again. And then designers don't even reflect on it anymore, and they just include it because it's always been done this way, and then you pick that up, and then you don't reflect on it, and you put it in your game because it's always been done this way. You stop seeing the forest for the trees. You only see the trees, and then it's like every RPG plants this particular tree. I must plant this particular tree. And then you don't see if it actually makes the forest look good, right? So stepping out of that, there's this really weird design choice that no one has been able to explain to me yet. And I do not understand it. I really do not understand it. And that is in a vein of games, in the OSR games, like the more old school, trying to harken back to the days of original D&D. There's this game called Into the Odd, which apparently started this design trend. And a lot of games looked at Into the Odd and was like, oh my God, this is really good old school. I will take this basic system and build upon it. And then all of the good points and bad points of this system are then carried on through various generations of games, right? Then some game comes along where people say, oh my God, this is really good. It's built on Into the Odd, does its own thing. And then people take this new game and build upon that. And then these mechanical decisions that were in the original get codified as being part of this DNA, this line of game design. And there's one thing that Into the Odd does, or games that are built on Into the Odd as well, that I do not understand, is generally your character has 3 stats, somewhere along the lines of strength, dexterity, intelligence, or willpower, or something like that, right? Strength, dex, int. Very classic 3-stat distribution. No problem with it. All right, lots of games do that. You can make it work. Awesome. But then what happens is this. The stats are used for checks, right? Whenever you try something risky or uncertain or dangerous, you roll. So if you're trying to bash down a door, you roll for strength. If you're trying to balance on a rope or balance on a ledge, you roll dex. If you're trying to cast a spell, you use intelligence, right? Or trying to analyze something, you use intelligence. Trying to pick a lock, you use dex, right? Trying to hit someone with a sword, you use strength, etc. All well and good. Now, that means these 3 stats function the same, right? They have their own domains, but they run on the same mechanical system. Well, in this Into the Odd system, for some reason, strength is also used as HP. So when you take damage, your strength stat gets reduced. That's only strength, nothing else. And then I look at that and go, So that means that if I have a low strength, my character is automatically worse at adventuring than if I have a low some other stat. Because if I run out of strength, or if my strength drops too low and I fail a saving throw, I don't longer get to play the game. My character is disabled or dies, right? Impaired or dies. And As opposed to if I have a low int, yeah, it restricts some of the actions I can do, but I will have the hit points to carry me through it, right? And then in some games, strength is also your carrying capacity. So strength has all of these additional mechanical pillars that it is holding up, in excess of what the other stats do. In addition to what the other stats also do, skill checks, right? And I don't understand, and no one yet has been able to explain this to me, why this particular design. And this is a sort of design that then gets carried through and becomes part of the DNA of this line of OSR games. And it just gets used constantly because it's always been done this way, right? So, and that is what I mean with, is it unreflected? I don't know. It feels like it is, right? And that just gets carried through. And you need to step back. You need to look at, what are mechanics actually? What are they in isolation? How do they work together? What is there? What else could there be to understand what you can do? All right, ads are going to start any second.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
There they are, perfect timing. So I am going to take a moment, very quickly then talk about, after the ads, very quickly talk about theme. That is a whole stream in itself, possibly, but I'm going to talk about theme. Theme and mechanics, how they tie together. And yeah, for that, we're going to look for someone to raid. Because I am getting very hungry now. But yeah, if anyone is still here, I don't know, Vanilla, if you're here, if you can hear me. How was your stream? I was lurking in there. But how was it? Did you win lots? Okay. Where are the ads? Almost. Oh yeah, I need to end sooner rather than later. I am getting so hungry. Holy heck. I'm probably gonna go out and eat something big. Because, oh my goodness. I had one banana. I had the end piece of some bread. And then I had a small bowl of boiled peanuts. And that's all I've had to eat today. And it's almost 3 p.m. So, I woke up too late today, so I didn't. Usually I get a big breakfast if I have the time. But I woke up too late today. Didn't manage to eat. And I'm now here yapping for 4 hours. So yeah. Okay. Ads almost done? Almost done. So very, very quickly then. I'm not gonna play this game. I'm not gonna explain all the rules. I just want to touch upon this one idea of the theme. Oh, it does randomize things. Very nice. Okay, ads are over. So yeah, I'm just very, very quickly gonna mention theme of this game and how mechanics tie into theme, but that could be its own stream. Once I've looked at some more mechanics. But yeah, this game, essentially, you are playing a courtier who wants to get favor from the emperor, wants to rise in the social status, and talk to like the various bureaucrats that are in the Forbidden City and such to kind of increase your standing. However, bribing a bureaucrat is a very serious crime, right? You cannot just pay money or lobby a bureaucrat and say, like, do this for me. If you get caught doing that, you get killed and maybe your entire family gets killed, right? You know how ancient China was, maybe. So what happens? What do? You exchange gifts. That's what you do. You go to a bureaucrat, right? And you might say, yo, look at this. I have this pretty vase. Would you like to exchange this for a handcraft? Everything's handcrafted, but like for a finely crafted Go set, right? It's like, okay, yeah, sure. And the bureaucrat gives you the finely crafted Go set. You give them this very fine vase. But do you see the numbers on here? The vase is more valuable than the Go set. So because you exchange gifts this way, the bureaucrat now owes you a favor. And then you say, okay, and now I grab a piece of jade. I buy myself a piece of jade because that's what I want. You know, this is what I wanted. I wanted to buy some jade as a valuable to you know, and get riches. And then the other player comes along and says, I would like to have someone. Let's see. I would like to get in on the river trade, right? Would like to get first pick on what kind of harbor I want to get. So here, look, you trade bureaucrat, you know, the trade overseer. Do you want some fine golden hairpins? And you give me this vase in exchange? And then the bureaucrat over here can be like, oh yeah, sure. The gold pins are more valuable, right? And then here, which harbor would you like to claim? And then I or not which harbor, which boat would you like to get privileged landing rights on, right? And you get this and you land your boat, etc. on these things. And then if anyone from the emperor, right? If any administrator or anyone like doing some snooping around asks, like, oh, what is happening here? Then you can just go, oh no, we're just exchanging gifts. You know, I've come to visit my good old friend, this bureaucrat, and we're just exchanging gifts as friends, right? And as everything is above board, but because among you and the bureaucrat, certain gifts are more valuable. If you give a more valuable gift, then the bureaucrat owes you a favor, and they will then make things happen for you, right? And this is how the game works, and it's very, very thematic in this regard. And sure, you're still playing with the mechanics of exchange higher number for lower number. Oh, I want to get in on the intrigue that is happening here in the court itself. Here, would you like this? What is this? A bronze statue? And you give me this jade statue, I believe this might be, or a marble statue. Oh yeah, sure, but the bronze statue is worth more. So now I get to move my intrigue marker up, and so on. Like I get some juicy tea, right, on the people in the court, etc. And that's how all of this works. And this person goes, here, I would like to, I'm going to gift you this marble statue, and you can give me some hairpins in exchange. Also, the marble statue is worth more, so let me get closer to the emperor. You know, let me get a chance to see the emperor, etc. And that's very, very thematic in this, and this is one way of how theme will tie into mechanics, or how you can relatively easily attach a theme to mechanics and make it work, right? And board games are typically designed in this manner, right? You draw people in with a pretty board and with the theme is like, oh yeah, you are a courtier trying to gain favor with the emperor, da-di-da-di-da, and but the mechanics themselves are really just exchange higher number for lower number, right? But if you attach this theme to it, it becomes a lot more flavorful, and it's not that difficult to attach themes to things. and make it work, right? And so this is definitely something else. This is a much bigger consideration when it comes to role-playing games, because thank you again for the hydrate. I'm finishing my tea. Oh, okay. A much bigger consideration when it comes to role-playing games. Tea, yes, exactly. It's 4 Seasons green tea. Because the theme, the narrative, the characters and such are what make a role-playing game, right? You are playing your characters, you're playing the role. So you do want that to be somewhere in the center of what you're doing at the table. But it is relatively trivial to attach all sorts of mechanics into a certain theme and to aid your role playing with this. So yeah. Okay, yeah, that's that. Okay, awesome. Let's see. I need to finish up. I need to get ready to go out, and then I need to go and have food. Because holy heck, am I starving. So let me look at who there is to raid. Whom can I raid? Let's look at Athena Atlas. Yeah, this stream's only been going for 2 hours. I think it might go for a bit longer. So Athena is playing Resident Evil Requiem. Yeah. So a complete change of pace, but you know, why the heck not? We can go say hi to Athena. And I need to yes, I need to get ready to leave. So yeah, thank you everyone for being here. I hope this was interesting, maybe even a bit educational. Maybe you got some ideas. If you want to get into game design or have questions about TTRPGs, you can ask at any point. I'm very happy to talk about it. As you've probably seen, I've talked about this for now almost 4.5 hours. Yeah, I love talking about this stuff. So yeah. And what else? I'm probably gonna be back next week. Be back on Tuesday with some more Baldur's Gate, if everything goes well. So yeah, have a great weekend. Enjoy, relax if you can, and have a good time zone wherever you may be. Thank you all for coming. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Usagi Heaven, for the raid earlier. And yeah, let's go say hi to Athena and some zombie killing. All right. Stay hydrated, everyone. Take care, and bye-bye.